Hi, it's me, and I'm gonna play a game. It's me, she, and I've been meaning to play Danganronpa Lapse. I had it on my schedule before I disappeared, but then I couldn't fit it in, or then I got busy. So volume, volume. Okay, so actually I'm gonna turn this volume down a bit too, because I can't hear myself. Okay, but hi. So what was I was gonna say? Right. So basically, Danganronpa fan games, right? You've heard of them, you've seen them. I have not seen this one before outside of just randomly browsing on itch. And it's really surprising because it seems like it's a completed game. Like, I was looking through the comments and everything, and they were like, yeah, like, there's no one mentioning, like, oh, when's the next update, or this was a good, like, demo, or whatever. Everyone was, like, talking as if the game was completed. I was like, this is a whole completed game? But, like, because if you know Danganronpa games are very long. You've played this game too many times? Oh my gosh. I see. So it is a completed game then. But, like, it's I'm just guessing, based off of how it's created by one person. But like it's not like 60 hours long, right? What am I signing myself up for? But yeah. Um right. And like I was just like digging around because I was looking around the menu and stuff, but like it's like really well made. Oh, okay, so it is completed. That's wild how they do that. I always feel like Danganronpa games are notorious for being incomplete. Or Danganronpa fan games, I mean. At least the ones that I've heard about. But I see. Okay, okay. Alright. Um Sorry, I'm just arranging stuff. Okay. Whoa, sounds. See, even this, it looks really good. Okay. Cool. Notice, the mini menu is located at the bottom of the screen. Oh, okay. Alright, whatever you say. Oh, I see. Log menu, auto on. Gotcha. The heart of a man is very much like the sea. It has its storms, it has its tides, and in its depths, it has pearls too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. I just realized that I'm like covering most of the thing. How do I position myself so barely? I'm trying to make myself transparent, but I think it was just more distracting. Well, wrong thing. It was burnt toast for a sec. I don't want to like cover up too much of the text, so I'm trying to find. I guess I'll stay over here. Okay. Question marks. What? What does that sound? Okay, okay. So what I read on the itch page, so usually it's 16 students, but this one has 10, which is probably more manageable. And they're all stuck in a was it a hotel? Like some fancy hotel, I think. Oh no, mansion. Okay, not a hotel. But yeah. Hmm. I opened my heavy eyelids to an unfamiliar room. Oh, Guess I was asleep, but where am I? This isn't my room. I turned my head the right, to see a small old-fashioned alarm clock on the nightstand. The time read 7:30. 7:30. In the morning or evening? I reached over to stop the alarm when suddenly I felt a dull pain in the back of my head. Ow. The sound effects, so to say. I sat up from the bed to rub my head and shut off the alarm. The pain subsided quickly, and it was then that I fully take in my surroundings. I found myself in a comfortable room. Soft lighting rested against the warm-colored walls. The furniture was devoid of any dust or dirt, and the bed itself was extremely plush. An unassuming painting hung just above my head. I scooted from the center of the bed, kicked my feet out from under the covers, and began perusing the room of its amenities. A roomy closet, a small writing desk in the corner, and a single bathroom. It was overall a rather luxurious room without seeming overly elegant in its design. The room is comfortable enough, but how on earth did I get here? Am I imagining this? Oh, I hope I didn't hit my head. I went to the bathroom, turned the cold tap, and let my cupped hands fill the crisp water before splashing my face. Hello. The chill snapped my senses awake as I took a moment to collect myself. Well, as far as I can tell, at least I'm in one piece. I noticed my everyday coat was on a hanger behind me. I pulled the coat on and adjusted myself. It wouldn't hurt to recall the basics. Oh, my name is Echo Pine. Hi, Echo. I'm a student at Calm Mind Institute, coming toward the end of my final year. My best friend is Ashley. Ashley? Ashley? The last thing I remember was seeing my best friend Ashley off for the day as she went to take care of her horses. Oh no, Ashley's a horse girl? Ashley, I wonder if she made it home alright. I admit I was a little less thorough in making sure she had made it into her house that late afternoon, but I'm sure she's alright. Or, I hope. I racked my brain thinking about that evening. Is this your school? What? Or, like, damn. That's some real middle of nowhere stuff.
Alright, thanks for the lift. And be careful with your ankle. I can't believe you insisted on driving even though it's sprained.
It's no problem at all. Besides, my ankle is almost done healing, so it's no big deal. It's not like I drive with that foot anyway. Ashley? The horse girl? I'm just worried since I can't walk you to the door. I wanted to see if Applejack? What? Is Ashley a country girl? Who's in a petting mood tonight?
My house is right there. You don't need to worry.
I'm sorry. You don't need to worry.
And if she is, I'll make sure to give that kitty a good scratching for you.
Alright, thanks. Night, Ash.
Good night, Echo.
I left the car in park and watched as Ashley crossed the lawn. I declined putting any more strain on my left ankle since it was still recovering from a sprain, but I remained vigilant. Her porch light was on, so... Oh wait, this is Ashley's house. Okay, I got it. Ashley lives in the middle of nowhere. Makes sense, she likes horses. She faded into the evening shadows. I waited a few more minutes until I heard her front door close. Click. Okay, time to get back. Nice of you to walk her home. Especially in like a middle of nowhere. I shifted back into drive and let the wheels crawl before accelerating. But upon my slow graze across the gravel, I didn't see her living room light turn on. I was worried, but I was certain I heard her front door close. Was I really certain, though? I remember clearly driving off, not seeing her— oh! I clicked too fast. Driving off, not seeing her living room light turn on. Then, nothing. Suddenly, a darkness welled up inside me. Was I in this strange, unknown, remote location because I didn't make sure my friend was safe in her home? No, that would be absurd. Those two things can't be linked together just because I was less cautious than usual. I combed through the room once more and realized I didn't have any of my personal possessions on hand or in the room itself. No phone to call Ashley to make sure she's okay. Sure, there was an ancient landline service phone in the room, but I didn't know where I was to begin with. I started to panic. I had to get out of here. I got so caught up in both my head and an unprovoked fear that I threw the door open with full force, nearly hitting the person just outside. And that person just happened to be— Whoa! Ashley! Ash? Huh? Echo? It was strange. The very friend I thought suffered a consequence for not making sure they made it home safe was standing right in front of me for some inexplicable reason. You're okay. That was a cool effect. Ashley Westbridge, a dear old friend of mine. She's what some people would call a horse girl. Oh wow. Which seems like a vague thing to call someone who just happens to tend to equines. I'm sorry. That irreverent thought aside. Yeah, of course I'm okay. But what about you? You're pale as a ghost. I just got a little worked up is all. I woke up in this unknown place, and I thought it was because I didn't see your lights go on in your house before I drove off. I rattled off the thoughts that stirred my fears just moments ago. No, it's okay. You don't have to worry about a thing. I made it home to take care of Hyperion? Hyperion? All in one piece. I was just a little tired is all, so I went straight to the stables behind the house and took the back door entrance. Sorry I worried you. Music's kind of loud. Okay. Maybe it's loud in comparison because there was no music for such a long time. Ashley wrapped me in a big familiar hug and immediately felt calm. Thanks, Ash. I know I shouldn't get so worked up about stuff like that, but sometimes I can't help it. You know, one thought led to another and I just jumped to the worst possible conclusion. Oh, Echo, you don't need to fret so much. You'll make yourself sick with worry. However, I can totally understand where your worry might come from, especially in this scenario. Yeah, just where are we? Yeah, that is the question. Oh. With my mind and heart at ease, I discussed the situation with Ashley. I told her that I woke up not long ago thanks to a provided alarm clock, and her experience was just the same. She too felt the dull pang of a lingering headache upon awakening, and she too felt a brief moment of confusion due to the unknown setting. I couldn't find any of my possessions in my room. I tried to find my phone to call you, but no luck. Oh wait, was that Echo? Oops. Yeah. I don't have anything of note in my room either. I don't have any of the things with me like my satchel or my phone. Or I don't have anything— oh my god. I don't have any of my things with me like my satchel or my phone. It's odd, although there aren't any answers to the obvious questions like how did we get here? Where are my things? Etc. I strangely feel comfortable here. I think it might be that super plush bed. Not gonna lie, I'd really like that back home. We laughed among ourselves and decided to explore what seemed to be some sort of mansion. I still felt uneasy, but thanks to seeing a familiar face, I felt a little safer. I closed my room door behind me, noticing there was a plaque that was adorned with the symbol of my high school. Looking further down the hall, the various other door plaques shared the same features. I spotted Ashley's right away as well. It seems her room was just adjacent to mine across the hall. Looks like there are other students here as well. Other plaques with school emblems, I'm assuming. Seems that way. Although, I haven't ran into anyone yet. Not literally like you, of course. Very funny. The hall interior was all very ornate. Dark wood lining the walls, and sconce. I don't know how to say this word, but I know what it is. It's the stuff on the wall. The lights on the wall, lighting the path. The dark wood floor was covered in a thick woven rug that created a path towards an opening in the hallway. I think I can hear some others down the hall. Ashley took the lead as we curiously walked through the hall, taking in the ambience as we gazed at the miscellaneous paintings of nature that hung on the wall. The sound of lively conversation grew louder as we approached the connecting room. Hi, Zay. So far, our name is Echo Pine. We're a overthinking, nice person, and then we have our best friend Ashley, who is a horse girl. A horse girl, but all the positive qualities of a horse girl, and not the negative ones. At least assuming. It's been like a couple minutes. Sure enough, there were 3 other people having a lively chat in the foyer. See, because I'll just talk. I don't know. It's like, you know, because I don't know what voice is at all. I have no idea.
Hey, you two. Good of you to make it. I was wondering how many other people were going to come around. You could just count how many doors with plaques there are in the living quarters hallway. Nah, I'm not attentive enough for something like that. I'll just figure it out from how many of you I meet up with.
You're awfully carefree, aren't you?
Yeah, it's because I have good company with you lovely folks.
Oh, come on, what's with the cold shoulders? I'm just here to have a good time. The person with the hat continued preoccupying his present, less than willing company with his lively conversation. Yeah, it's going to be 10, so... 10 is better than 16? I quietly took in the atmosphere of the foyer before approaching the group. The main clearing was huge. It featured a shiny white marble floor extending into 2 spiraling staircases on each side of its circular walls. An elevator resided in the center of the wall, opposite from the front door. A beautiful grand chandelier hung in the center of a marble ceiling, just above a modest table at ground level. They're they're the Genki type. I see. I understand. The wooden table itself was rather bare, only containing a decorative flower vase and a very polite note printed on premium-grade cardstock. Speaker. Thank you for joining us on this momentous occasion. Please make your welcome official by signing in utilizing the bracelets that have been provided. Simply tap the bracelet to the digital kiosk that is located at the foot of the stairs. I lifted my wrist to see the bracelet in question. It was a light, simple thing, a rose gold plate with my name on it strung into a bracelet with a small chain of the same color. I hadn't even noticed it until now. I mean, if this is like any other death game, usually they have like a bracelet, a collar, or something on their body where it's like, you have to listen to whatever we say. But this is very thin and dainty for a death game device, assuming if it is. Or maybe it's just like friendship bracelets, who knows? Ashley was admiring hers just as I did. Her bracelet hung on on her right wrist, just above her own wood cuff bracelet. Wait, so they're not on the same wrist? What? I looked over at the other students' wrists as well, and they all had the same thing, albeit presumably with their own names. What was the purpose of these things anyway? Rather than get absorbed in wondering about the small decoration, I decided to join in small conversation. Hello there. Have you 3 already scanned your bracelets?
Yes, we all convened here just a few minutes ago. I recommend you scan your bracelets on the kiosk as well, since it grants access to rooms after the welcome.
Oh, well then, don't mind if I do. I went over to the aforementioned kiosk that was nestled strangely within the luxurious decor. The kiosk displayed a simple map of the first floor layout by default. The foyer led to 4 locations. Sorry, reading. The living quarters, the dining hall, the study, and the theater. Here. Living quarters. This is where we came out of. Study. Dining hall, kitchen, pantry, theater, elevator. Oh, okay. IMC. I held my wrist close to the screen, and it quickly detected my bracelet, displaying a sparse summary of information, my name and profile picture. Echo Pine. Speaker. Thank you for signing in. You may now roam the first floor freely. Your bracelet corresponds to your room, and your room alone. They are paramount to keeping your personal room and its belongings safe. Please take care of it. Please make yourself comfortable with all the given accommodations, and once again, welcome. I like how they're giving us obviously no one knows why they're here, but it's so fancy, luxury, oh, welcome, here's your key, your room, all these fancy things. And all these accommodations. It's like, holy shit, money. They have Fitbits. It is kind of like... Though a Fitbit is more ugly. I mean... The screen went to the original map screen as it was before I scanned my bracelet. I stepped aside to let Ashley sign in as well, and in the meantime got to introducing myself to the other students. Hey there, I'm Echo Pine, and this is my friend Ashley Westbridge.
Nice to meet you all.
Likewise, I'm... Hold on. Arturo Campopiano? I'm just gonna read this like a dumbass, but... Art. Okay. Wow, does he draw or something? His name is Art. Likewise, I'm Arturo Campopiano, yeah, but art is perfectly fine.
Missy Vesper, the pleasure is all mine.
And Canon Ota.
Canon Ota?
Have you all met before?
That would be a negative. Nothing like making new friends though, right?
Canon said nothing, instead letting out a loud sigh with absolutely no subtlety hiding her annoyance towards Art's enthusiasm. At some point, I'm gonna read Art as Ant, and I'm gonna apologize beforehand, because the R blends in and looks like an N. I see.
That said, you mentioned you two are acquainted.
Oh, yeah. We were pen pals in the summer before high school started, and we just became closer over time.
That's quite endearing.
Oh, thank you. I didn't expect that kind of answer from Missy. Maybe she's the type to secretly cry at romantic movies.
Well, if we're all signed in, why don't we visit the dining hall? I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel tea is in order after waking up.
I'm in favor of that idea. I'd like to explore afterwards as well. Yeah, I wonder who else we're gonna run into. This is exciting! Missy walked briskly towards the dining hall, which was just opposite of the living quarters hall where we entered the foyer. Art followed quickly after, which just left Canon back in the giant clearing.
I'll explore at my own pace, thank you.
Oh, okay. I suppose we'll see you later? With a curt and defensive statement, Canon made her case stating that she was going to stay put in the foyer. Ashley and I followed the other two into the dining hall, leaving Canon to her business. Oh, the transitions are Danganronpa too. That's really cool. Especially in Run 5. The dining hall was rather small and intimate. A single long woodcraft table and modest chandelier created the centerpiece. A black marble fireplace with a natural painting hanging just above the decorated... Oh my god, I can't read anymore. I started out so strong. A black marble fireplace with a natural painting hanging just above decorated the far wall. The table's setting bore 16 chairs, 14 on each side and 2 on the heads of the table. The table was already decorated with light accessories, candelabra, small vases of flowers, and an encyclopedia about ships. The room itself was connected to a small kitchen, one with the usual kitchen staple appliances, an oven, a refrigerator, a large dishwashing sink, a gas range, and all the utensils and tools one might need. A small storehouse pantry was off to the side, with nothing of readily edible interest to the common person. Wow, this place is super loaded, huh? Art made a beeline for the two side rooms, poking in and out of the dining hall between the pantry and the kitchen. Missy, on the other hand, gazed slowly around at the dining hall itself.
It's a very fine setting, but not so much that it feels oppressively high-end. Yep, everything looks to be in order for a good meal.
Art finally stopped pacing around and sat at one of the seats, kicking his feet up on the table as he looked around the room. Missy notably shook her head at the action.
But, where is everyone? This place seats like a bunch of people, but there are only 5 of us. I wonder if no one else woke up yet.
Maybe the others ignored their alarms. Some people like to sleep in, after all. I approached the natural painting above the fireplace, admiring the soft colors and brushwork. As I stood in front of it, the painting faded out to reveal what looked to be an emblem. The ink block no. Following the display of the emblem screen, an announcement came from overhead speakers within the room, the voice silvery and modulated. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you have a lovely stay. Feel free to utilize the kitchen to your heart's content. Or if you are unable to, you may use the automated cook feature by tapping your bracelet onto the kitchen's digital kiosk and selecting a meal. What? Fancy! What the hell? Or if neither of those suit your particular tastes, you may consult your group's ultimate level kitchen hand. Boomstuff? Okay, so there are talents. What? No one was saying anything, so I was like, okay, maybe we're just regular people. The emblem disappeared, returning the screen to its initial artwork display. But what did it mean? What's an ultimate level kitchen hand? Or maybe, I don't know. I turned to ask one of the other students, but it looked like Art had already figured it out. Or rather, figured something out. Whatever he started going on about next made no sense to me.
Oh, I get it. This is the safe house a private group provided for us since we signed up for the preservation project.
What? Huh? You signed up to be here?
Yeah, of course. If I guessed correctly, we all seem to be ultimate students. There are some serious ultimate vibes in this room, don't you think?
Ultimate vibes.
Yes, that seems to be the case.
What's an ultimate student?
Don't tell me you don't know. Oh man, what are you even doing here? Ultimate students are typically high school students that super excelled in their field of expertise. They are often scouted by groups with various intentions, virtuous or nefarious. They will often have a focused set of skills that makes their abilities desirable to certain people, and with good reason. If there's a talent you can think of, there's probably an ultimate student there that will knock your socks off with their amazingness.
So you're saying everyone here is super talented?
You're kidding, right? You've been walking around this whole time with Ashley Westbridge, the ultimate jockey, and you didn't even know?
Oh! Huh? Ultimate jockey?
I don't really talk about my talent outside my usual day-to-day.
Oh, cool. They have different sprites. Poses. Okay. Shut up, Sue.
I've heard of Ashley Westbridge's accomplishments. She can wrangle just about any horse and ride them to victory. It's quite impressive to be able to It's quite impressive to be able to tame such creatures, and any variety nonetheless. However, I've read that you excel best with your main partner, Hyperion, a Pinto Trakener? Oh my, I didn't realize my achievements were so widely regarded. It's a little embarrassing hearing others remark upon them.
Wow, even so. I looked over to Ashley, who, despite the sudden grandeur, looked as modest as ever. Honestly, I just thought you were a typical horse girl.
I don't know whether to find that humbling or insulting to my talent.
So, Ashley held the title of Ultimate Jockey, huh? I was curious to know what that implied. I never knew her to be particularly eccentric when it came to her lifestyle at the stables. For how long during our friendship did she have that title?
Enough about me. What about you two? I admit I can't really put a talent to either of your names.
What? His name is literally Art! What do you think, Ashley? With this newfound knowledge of the situation, I was curious to learn about the other students here. Okay. Your name's Art, right? May I ask what your talent is? Sure, he's a golfer? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm the dumbass.
I never miss my mark. Total holes in one all day, every day.
Wow, how'd you manage that?
I don't know. I can't stand having to put more energy into extra strokes, so I make the first and last one count.
What kind of reasoning was that to become a pro golfer? That's an interesting way to go about it. I can't even imagine being able to control a club like that.
It took a lot of practice for sure. I used to golf a lot with my grandpa. It was all in good fun back in the day, so I guess I never really thought about it as work, you know?
Lucky, thanks for stopping by.
I've flubbed a few times, sure, but who doesn't?
Art seems to have taken a lot of pride with his title. It's admirable. Let's see.
What those individual groups or institutions do with the students is beyond me. I've not heard many stories of success or failure from anyone who's had the luxury of being accepted.
What? Ultimate horse girl. The ultimate horse girl is... Never mind.
In any case, don't take much stock in the title, is all I'm saying.
I have to admit though, I am rather curious of the titles now that the subject has been brought up.
It's understandable. I'm the ultimate tactician.
I'm not dead. I'm still here. Tactician? Like battle tactics?
No, it's more like political campaign tactics and strategies. The less interesting of the two people usually think of. I've been at the forefront of numerous political campaigns and battles, many of which I've been employed to strategize against by opposing forces.
Really? Aren't you basically manipulating the winner outcome then?
The choice is not mine, but the people's. I simply put the message out, framing it in the most self-beneficial way possible for each side.
I think political campaigns can be interesting. But wouldn't Ultimate Campaign Manager be a more appropriate title?
Well, I'm not the one who came up with the title.
I see. Missy seems to be a very self-assured person who doesn't seem to care much for the extravagance an ultimate title implies. The government is run by a high schooler. Yet again, the government is run by a high schooler.
Such captivating talents. I'd love to watch one of your games, Art. Oh, it's nothing. I bet horse racing is much more interesting. Indeed, your feats of athleticism are quite impressive.
Yeah, I admit it's hard to imagine.
It's really not such a big deal, Echo. Honestly, the whole ultimate student thing feels a tad blown out of proportion.
Sensing Ashley was done with the praise, I shifted the topic. Well, now that we're all acquainted, why don't we look around some more? Like there's more to be seen upstairs.
Oh, yeah. It was a pleasure talking to you two. Don't be a stranger. We can explore together.
Art's echoing voice sounded through the dining hall. Oh man! These kitchen features are cool! What's this? Clonk. A body. I'm kidding. Echo is a normal boy. Or normal person. Actually don't know. Echo does not have anything. Echo did not know what ultimate talents were. Ashley's been nothing but nice to us. How dare you? Nah, Ashley's in that position where it's like if this was Danganronpa and if this was a killing game like Danganronpa, Ashley would be the one to die first.
On second thought, I might keep an eye on Art for a while. I'm sure you won't mind the company. Alright, we'll see you around.
Echo's the ultimate bonehead. No! Ashley and I stepped out of the dining hall into the foyer once more. Cannon didn't stay for long. The foyer was devoid of her presence.
Where to?
There are stairs going up, but I think we should check the entirety of this floor first.
I was thinking the same. Why don't you pick where we go next?
Sure. The other locations are the study and the theater. Let's visit the... Let's go to... I think the theater was on our right. So... Or no, the study. Not... The theater is back. Okay. Let's go to the study. Study. The ultimate dumbass. Wow, just like us, for real. The study was cramped. Encyclopedias that filled to the ceiling covered an abundance of subjects, ranging anywhere from medical to athletic. There was a small office corner provided for studying the tomes in relative ease. Another digital kiosk stood off to the side, showing a searchable list of books in the study. Ashley observed the kiosk curiously as I gawked at the variety of reading material stuffed in the shelves.
Oh wow, this equestrian encyclopedia was published only 2 years ago? Was published only 2 years ago. I have an old version, so this could be really interesting.
You would be excited about that.
But now that you know I'm the ultimate jockey, it all makes sense?
No, you're still the same old horse girl I know, but with a fancy title. It's just ultimate horse girl. There were 2 other students taking resident in the library, one meekly hiding in the corner, and the other calmly leafing through their book of choice. What? I saw this and I was like, I'm gesturing to the green guy on the right. And I was like, holy shit, ultimate zombie. But then I was like, wait, no, this guy's alive. I approached a meek student standing in one of the darker corners of the study. Hey there. Uh-oh. Sorry to spook you. I was just going around meeting everyone. I'm Echo Pie. New character. Yes, more characters.
I was dragged out of my room by that guy over there. He's evil.
I peered over at the aforementioned person who just looked to be calmly expecting the rosa bugs. Aw. Honestly, I agree with you. Green hair is always bad news. Anyone with green hair is bad news.
But he didn't drag me out. I ran into him when I was running around. I just wanted to be alone in the study.
She shot me a troubled glance after admitting her lie. Tattoos, ultimate occultist? The green guy? Well, can you tell me about yourself?
Me? I'm Sei Kono. I'm a watchmaker. A watchmaker?
A watchmaker?
Would you then by chance be called the ultimate watchmaker? I guess you could say that. I just tinker with watches and stuff. They go for really high prices apparently, but I don't particularly care for the money.
Oh. I don't think it's tattoos on her hand. It's, actually we can't see it anymore. But it's like, if you've ever seen hand jewelry, it's like a chain.
Someone once offered me 3 luxury cars for a single watch.
3 luxury cars?
You must have some really well-admired craftsmanship. I guess so, but I can't even drive. What was I going to do with 3 cars?
Oh yeah. Chains. She clammed up and awkwardly turned back around to face the bookshelf corner. I didn't want to pry, so I just left her alone. The green-haired student noticed me approaching him and deftly flipped his book shut with one hand, giving me his full attention. Oh fuck me. Sell the money. They know. They're your priorities. Good morning. I immediately felt that attention to be near palpable from his focused gaze alone. Are you finding everything alright? The city has quite a pleasant atmosphere, wouldn't you agree? Oh, yeah. It's very well accommodated. The study as well as the rest of the facility are all nicely prepared. Indeed. You could spend your days in this well-kept study enriching your mind in regards to whatever subject your heart desires. He sounds too, like, not like a high schooler. Whatever. Does that sound like an inviting prospect? I don't see why not. A location for ultimate students should be in peak condition, right? This preservation project situation seems to be equipped for comfort. Ah, so you've been made aware of the preservation project. He hesitated as if chewing meticulously on his next statement. Do you have an ultimate talent? If I'm being honest, I'm not even sure I even know what my talent is, considering the situation seems to revolve around it. Everyone I've met so far has had some title. I admire your candor. Who knows? You might have some innate skills that you personally think are average. You think so? I feel pretty ordinary, and I've never really been the center of mass attention for anything in particular. The skill might just require a specific habitat, so to speak. Luckily, this appears to be the ideal place and social environment for expanding upon such hidden abilities. What should be ultimate detective? Because there's dead people. I mean, ultimate librarian or reader. Honestly, like from his clothes, I cannot tell at all. All I know is the green hair throws me off, and also Rentaro of mommy vibes. But like, I'm trying not to separate from any like actual Danganronpa. Yeah. The skill might just require a specific. Oh right, I already read that. Haha, silly me. However, I wouldn't worry much about it. Whatever underlying passion or talent you have is for you, and you alone to enjoy. Ultimate murder! That's reassuring. I feel like I've stumbled into something out of my league with so many skilled students. If you don't mind my asking, what's your ultimate talent? Yo, what the- wait, what? That's not a thing! That's not a job! Okay. It's hard to describe. I'm called the ultimate charisma? What? Cyrus Surik, by the way. Cyrus Surik. Charisma? Excuse me? That's not a job! Okay, Cyrus. Nice to meet you. Oh wait, that's me. Nice to meet you! Back at you. A pleasure. In order for him to be at max charisma, I need to lower everyone else's charisma, so I sound more charismatic. It's not a talent! Yo, he is the ultimate Riz! Now that you say it. Oh my god. I didn't really understand the implication of his title, but I could feel a sort of alluring presence to him. I suppose that's what charisma is. After meeting with the two others in the study, Ashley and I chatted about the other students.
So we met Sei and Cyrus, a watchmaker and a charismatic person, respectively.
I suppose one could become talented at improving their characteristics if they wanted to.
Could it be similar to managing a band, perhaps?
Maybe. Regardless, they seem nice enough.
Yeah, Sei seems sweet, if not a little shy.
And Cyrus! Cyrus is the ultimate shady person. There's no way you get called the ultimate charisma and have everyone believe you, because... Come on. Let's go to the theater next. Yes. Theater time. Theater kids. A3. Yume no ippai sa kaseyo kimi no... Oh my god, Siri turned on. Please.
I couldn't find Oh My God in your Apple Music library.
Siri! Go away! Okay. A Ghost in the Shell movie with a guy that had superhuman charisma. Oh! Huh. Well, superhuman that's just... You know Reagan Arataka? No, he's just a con man. I don't know, what do you describe charisma as? Because in my head, I'm like, charisma is how good you are at talking, you know, and conversating with other people. Right? Yeah. So like he's just good at talking and talking to people and stuff. Which means he can totally just lie, right? Sorry, I think it might be the green hair. Ashley and I walked across the hallways to our next location, the theater. The theater was something to behold. Although it was fairly intimate. Although it was a fairly intimate scene with a few rows seats and a medium-sized stage, it still had an air of elegance thanks to the decor. The rich red velvet curtains glowed underneath the gaze of a bright spotlight. The stage itself was occupied by 3 students who seemed to be having a heated discussion. Oh boy. You really want to stand by that theory?
Hey, to each their own. I'm not knocking you for not thinking the obvious. Let's settle down, please.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Absolutely not. I have no intention of changing my view for this scoundrel.
Jeez, scoundrel, that's cold. Especially to a stranger. You don't need to get so heated about something like this. It's an important matter between 2 strongly opinionated people.
The ultimate theater kid, but which one is it though? Probably the one on the... Wait, actually, I don't know. So we agree on... Who's talking right now? So we agree on that matter. Maybe I should just cut in? What's going on here? The 3 turn around, surprised, presumably from not being able to see me at the unlit foot of the stage. Need you ask such a foolish question? We were discussing the dire and apparently questionable existence of this. The white-haired student crouched down to reveal a painting that was turned away from the audience. It was a framed picture of what looked like an ink blot art. Oh my god, what? It is ink blot. Oh, never mind. Not the ink blot test. Ultimate Romeo quoter. Well, I mean, then they would have said the line already. Oh, I see. You're trying to figure out what the painting is. Yes, and what do you see? I stared at it for a moment. Oh, he has a butterfly. But looked up at the 2 patiently, in all seriousness, waiting... What? I stared at it for a moment, but looked up at the 2 patiently, in all seriousness, waiting for my answer. I'll have to think about it. No immediate answer. I felt his judging eyes pierce my soul. It's a dog. Not everything has to be a dog. It's clearly an elephant. So, just a different 4-legged animal. The conversation seemed pretty heated. I might have better luck if I talk to them individually. White-haired student, apron-haired student, dark-haired student. Okay. Down the row we go. I visited the white-haired student on the stage. So, about the painting, I do see the elephant. No need to feign understanding. I am quite self-assured that the painter's intention was to illustrate an elephant, as abstract as it appears. Uh-huh. I can see how you think it's an elephant, but that's a weird-ass elephant. Apron-haired student? Did I say apron-haired? I stared at the painting a little bit longer. The more I looked at it, the more I willed it into being what he claimed was the true subject. Despite being told what the subject was, I couldn't make out anything within the shapes. So do you have eyes for this kind of thing? An eye for abstract art? Who? Ame? Ame is my friend. I am not an ultimate artist. I'm the ultimate opera singer. What? Wait, dude. Translate, alas. Oh, alas. My friend. Oh, okay. Although there is a rhetoric stating the idea that the author is dead, so my interpretation is just as valid, since interpreting is an art form as well. Therefore, what I do as a performer could be an extension of that rhetoric, being as I am encompassing a written character on stage, acting and projecting the suggested emotion. Well, okay, yes, okay. He rambled on about something a bit further before stopping himself. Right. Where are my manners? Forte solo. Forte solo. Charmed, I'm sure. Okay. He gave a deep bow as he introduced himself, slowly rose, and went to look at the painting some more, indicating an end to the conversation. He sure has some interesting placed dramatic moments. Not the apron-haired student. That would be a cool design. I'm not sure how that would work. It would just be fabric for hair. But apron-wearing student. The girl who was caught in the middle of the quarrel stepped down from the stage and let the other two glare at each other in silence. Pandora?
Pandora Aspire. Aspire? Aspire. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, I'm Echo Pine.
Echo Pine. I hope we get along.
So, I was informed that this little group of students is composed of students that have ultimate talents. Did you happen to have a title of some sort?
Oh yes, I'm known as the Ultimate Baker.
Oh, okay. Let's go! Food industry!
And yourself?
About that, I don't seem to know. I don't think I have one, if I'm being honest.
That's no matter. It doesn't make you any more or less of a person.
I would sure hope it does. So, what do you think the painting is?
I'm not really sure myself, but for something as ambiguous as that, it can be whatever the viewer wants it to be.
What? Wait. Translate, okay. Isn't it? Is there like a... possibly a setting to translate things? Or am I crazy? Because I'm seeing it in the logs, but I don't... oh, whatever. I suppose so.
Perhaps it isn't the subject of this piece that's most important, but rather its emotions that it conveys to the individual. Black and white are still quite striking colors to work with, are they not? There's a lot of symbolism behind those two simple colors. But I can only wonder if the artist behind the piece enjoyed creating it.
The art wouldn't have come to light otherwise, so I don't see why not.
I agree.
Pandora, she's a warm presence, just like baked goods. Nice. Okay. Bottom lashes. I approached the student wearing the fur-lined jacket. So, about the painting, I think I do see the dog.
You don't have to lie. I don't care about what it is. In fact, I don't even know what the painting is either, so I just made something up. A dog is an easy thing to imagine. It's just a practice of pareidolia?
What?
The act of perceiving the subject or significance where there is no meaningful interpretation. For example, seeing objects in clouds formations, or hearing indistinct voices and random noise. And in this case, seeing a dog in an abstract painting. Dogs are common enough animals, yeah? Who doesn't like to think about dogs?
I stared at the painting a little longer. The more I looked at it, the more I willed it into being what he said it was, even if he did make it up. Hideo Kuze from Standalone Complex. Convinced an assassin sent to kill him specifically to turn around and blow up his own allies. Oh my god. He rolled a 20, man. Despite being told what the subject was, I couldn't make out anything within the shapes. I can okay. Never mind. Isn't it a little cruel to make something up when he's so intense about it?
I just wanted him to explain why he saw what he did, but he truly wouldn't. So much for friendly discussion.
To each their own, I suppose. Well, anyway, I'm just going around meeting everyone. I would tell you my talent if I had one.
You don't have an ultimate title? Or you can't remember?
Huh? He seemed to be muttering under his breath about my last statement, but I paid him no mind and waited for his response.
I'm Lyle Termina, the ultimate puzzle master.
This puzzle master. Okay, you must be cracked at escape sims.
and connoisseur of word puzzles, block puzzles, escape room puzzles, the like.
Yes. Wow, it's the bisexual.
Now, if you don't mind.
Lyle turned back to the painting, ending our conversation abruptly. Puzzles, huh? Maybe he was trying to unscramble the shapes in that painting. Ashley and I left Forte and Lyle to have their spat in peace. Pandora stayed behind, trying still to settle the two down. So that's Forte, Lyle, Pandora, and then in the study we had... I don't remember their names. We had, oh yes, Cyrus. Cyrus and the watchmaker girl. I'm sorry. That's 5 plus art and tactician classes and canon. Why do I not remember some people's names and some other people's names? I do remember. That's 8 plus us. Okay, so that's everyone. That's 10. Alright.
Yeah, Forte and Lyle were kind of intense, huh?
Or that's me. Forte and Lyle were kind of intense, huh?
I'll say. I never really had a sharp eye for art, so what they were talking about is beyond me.
If we just call them by talent, yeah. Learning names is hard. And Pandora is, well, brave for trying to calm them down.
It takes a certain kind of person to want to intervene when things get heated, huh?
Yes, a person who deals with heated baked goods. I'm hungry. After wandering around the first floor, Ashley and I paused in the living quarters hallway to gather our thoughts. So, those are all the available locations on this floor. I guess the rooms are interesting enough, but more importantly, I wonder just how many other students there are.
That other student from earlier, Cannon, just counted the doors, right? Why don't we go check it out?
But who knows if there are more students on other floors? There are stairs going up in the foyer, so we could check that area out too. And speaking of Cannon, I wonder what her talent is. Wait, that aside, how did I never know about... Wait, how did I never know you had a super talent in horse racing?
Oh, well, it just never came out. I knew a lot of people before you who didn't particularly care for how much time I'd spend at the stables and racetracks, so I just stopped bringing it up. Besides, it's just easier to tell people I tend to horses.
So, what does being an ultimate level jockey imply? Does that mean you win a lot?
Come on, Echo. I don't want to bore you with superficial numbers. I'll just say my win percentage is 44% and top 3 percentage is 84%.
I don't know what those numbers are supposed to mean.
Anyway, I'm not just a horse girl, I have other pets too.
Yeah, like your cat, Applejack. Applejack's the cat!
Of course you remember Applejack.
How could I not? She clawed up all my school vests. It's bing bong bing bong. The deep ringing of a school bell rang across the halls, echoing through the building. Then an announcement came over what seemed to be hidden overhead speakers in the ceiling. It is now 9 a.m. The second floor amenities are now open and will stay open until 7 p.m.
Second floor? After the announcement, we saw Pandora filter out one of the first room floors and into the halls.
His brother didn't know his sister was a model. And in this case, we didn't know our best friend was a was a very talented horse jockey.
Oh, Ashley and Echo. Would you like to visit the second floor with me?
Sure, we were just wondering about it as well.
By the way, did you get anything to eat from the dining hall?
Huh? Oh, no. I was a little distracted by the whole ultimate students thing.
You're in luck. I made some croissants earlier. Here, help yourself.
Yes. She produced 2 items folded in cloth from her apron pocket. I accepted the small cloth-covered delight and unwrapped it carefully, revealing a small bite-sized croissant. A heavenly, warm aroma filled the halls. I'm drawing a blank. Right? Applejack is a cat. Or Applejack is the name of the cat. And in My Little Pony, Rarity owns a cat. Rary Jack? It's real? From the fragrance alone, I was enveloped in the comfort of feeling the sun's rays on my skin. Ashley and I took one each and bite. Oh my god. Ashley and I took one each and bit into the flaky, buttery dough. A giant piece of. Where did I get giant from? I'm just trying to make it what I think it is. A piece of chocolate inside melted as soon as it hit my tongue. It was smooth and rich, contrasting the light and sweet crumb of the dough housing it. Oh, cute!
That's the ultimate baker for you. I don't know French.
Please. But we can hide this. Yay!
Merci, but it's nothing at all. I just really enjoy baking. The look on people's faces when they smell delectably fresh bread coming out of the oven. The warm, fuzzy feeling you get when you eat your favorite food. Such a feeling is priceless.
Pandora was right. After enjoying the croissant, I felt an intense nostalgia for my younger days, when I would spend summers running around outside basking in the fresh afternoon sun. That was the power of an ultimate baker's delicacies, to invoke a warmth and sense of familiarity. What a wonderful thing.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I noticed you two are quite close. Have you met before? Aka's my best friend. We've known each other for 4 years now. Ah, French. A long friendship is something to cherish. Definitely. Aka's always been there for me, even if they are a little worrisome.
Hey, how could you say that? I'm just looking out for you.
I kid, of course. I really appreciate your concern, but you should think about yourself sometimes too.
Pandora smiled sweetly as we had our little back and forth. Sorry. Why don't we get going?
Oh, thank you for super.
Kokoro.
No worries, shall we?
The three of us walked back down the hallway towards the foyer, where the stairs to the second floor were. Hey, Pandora, did you meet anyone else this morning?
Anyone else? I can't say I have. So far, I've only been acquainted with you two, Forte and Lyle.
Oh, sorry. I thought you might have run into a few others like we have.
This morning I went to the dining hall, and then the theater. Unfortunately, Forte and Lyle keep me from going anywhere else with their argument.
Well, if we didn't see you, then you must have woke up much earlier than us, huh?
That's correct. I suppose you could say my internal clock has been tuned to my habits given my day-to-day life. I wake very early to make sure my dough from the night before has properly risen, prepare any glazes I may need, prep my workstation. Oh, but I must be boring you with my daily routine.
No, not at all. It's fascinating, honestly.
You're sweet, Echo. Perhaps I'll invite you to help me tomorrow morning. Hope you're awake at 4:30 a.m.
Oh, sure. I can't promise I'll be fully awake, though. Pandora laughed lightly in jest as she went on her merry way up the stairs. Okay, see ya, Zay. Ashley and I followed suit, and we were met with another digital kiosk on the top of the staircase. The screen displayed another map, this time of the second floor locations: the atrium, the spa lounge, the climbing center, and the jazz club. Jazz club? What? Climbing center, spa lounge, atrium? There's more floors? How large is this building? Oh my gosh. What kind of mansion has a climbing center in it?
Maybe the owner is an eccentric rock climber? I think the assortment of activities is presented to cater to the unique talents of various students.
Wait, so are there more students? I thought there were just 10. In fact, unless Canon is doing everything, no. The only person we haven't known the talent for yet.
In fact, the kitchen pantry has a wealth of resources. I was quite surprised to find such fresh and rare ingredients. I imagine other ultimate chefs would be pleased with this selection as well.
That's a good point. There was a theater on the first floor, after all. Forte and other ultimate performers probably utilized the room as a place to further hone their skills. Reservation project. It seemed like this group wanted to accommodate a myriad of intense and unique students. I wondered what kind of group had the ability to provide such a vast selection of activities and resources. Where to first?
I'm curious about the climbing center. The mansion must be huge if it can house something exciting like that in there. I'd like to see the spa lounge. It must be a lovely, relaxing place.
The owner is the ultimate interior designer. Oh my god. When they said climbing center, my first thought was Pump It Up, if you know what that is. It's like a play area thing, building for like kids to host like birthday parties and stuff. And it's filled with like a bunch of inflatable bouncy houses and things like that. But they also have a climbing wall. So, the ultimate Pump It Up manager.
Why don't you decide?
What? Okay. Well, Spa Lounge appeared first, so we're going to Spa Lounge. Pump Up the Champ? Nah, it was just called Pump It Up. It was fun, yeah, if you're under 10. If you're older, then it gets less fun. We inspected the map for a route to the spa and made our way there in no time at all. Ooh. The spa lounge was serene and welcoming. A shallow pool was laid into the marble floor. A mesmerizing opalescent ceiling mirrored the pool above it. Several simple relaxation loungers lined the walls for general leisure. Off to the side was a storeroom stocked with a perfumey inventory of scented oils, bath soaks, and skincare products. Just by the storeroom doorway sat a familiar kiosk.
I'd love to spend some time here.
Pandora sat in one of the lounge chairs, stretching her arms above her head before relaxing her hands in on her lap.
But now that I think about it, are facilities like this meant to be self-run by the residing students?
Pandora brought up an interesting observation. The kitchen offered fully automated meals, but they still provided the option of having the student utilize the kitchen and tools. Peeking into the storeroom, I saw a separate hallway of individual private rooms labeled for certain services: facial, massage, aromatherapy. Hey, you might be right. There were all these little specialized rooms with all sorts of specific equipment.
If you consider my talent in arts, there might be a racetrack or golf course outside, along with other outdoor recreation talents like angling or skiing. Perhaps that would be a very exciting prospect.
That could mean all the other facilities and activities have features that are tuned accordingly to certain talents.
Yeah, just from a glance, I figured the study was just a library, but I suppose there are resources there as well that are fitted for talents that require research or writing.
To think such an extraordinary place existed to benefit the many pursuits of equally extraordinary people. So, do either of you do anything special to train for being an ultimate student?
French. Although some could say I bake too much, I simply suspect my pastries have ended up in the right hands for me to be considered. I don't really do anything special either. I also race quite a bit, but most of my time is spent plainly practicing. Like Pandora, there may have been a scout in the audience. I honestly couldn't say.
The ultimate janitor. What? The ultimate janitor. Can I not speak anymore? The ultimate janitor. I already have an ultimate maid. That's like the same thing. I see. Just putting in the hours, so to speak.
Perhaps we were just lucky enough to have been selected for this opportunity to meet others Perhaps we were just lucky enough to have been selected for this opportunity to meet others cut of the same cloth, right? I couldn't agree more. I'm very charmed to be in such a delightful company.
Neither of them seemed to do anything particularly intensive to earn their title. I wondered about the others, whether or not they were trained, or if they too were just lucky enough to be selected. Close enough. After taking a beat to relax in the spa lounge, we made our way to the climbing center next. The climbing center was a vibrant, spacious place. The artificial rock and arch formations that carved the walls reached upwards of what looked to be 3 stories high towards a bright, naturally lit ceiling. Off to the side was a preparation locker room full of ropes and harnesses, as well as a small vending machine full of energy drinks and water bottles. Whoa, this place is huge. I can't imagine how anyone gets up there. I craned my neck up, expecting the array of colorful grips that dotted the sprawling, ascending surface. The hanging ropes disappeared into the distance of the light.
The world is certainly full of interesting people and talents. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Pandora poked out from under one of the arch formations, just as taken with the incredible height as I was.
That's for sure. I'm an athlete, but I can't say I excel here. I don't really have good tolerance for heights.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you two discover your talents anyway? I actually pondered the question for a second.
I was raised in the countryside on the farm, so it probably came to me like second nature. As a child, going to the racetrack with my father was honestly just another errand. That is, until he let me ride the horses myself. I felt a love for the exhilarating competition at that point. I was homeschooled by my mothers, one a teacher and one a prolific baker. They taught me everything I know about baking. I also cherished the enjoyment people felt when tasting my baked goods. Eventually, I too felt a love for the task at hand.
Wow, you two are truly incredible.
Well, you're an incredible person too. Don't let labels deter you from speaking to us as anything but your peers.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, don't think too much about the title stuff. We're still people, you know?
Don't think too much about the title stuff. Such a remarkable feat would be difficult to put aside. They were so humble when talking about their ultimate talents. I wonder if I could ever muster up. Wandering about to our last destination, we finally came across the jazz club. Nurse, doctor, healer, or the like. Yes, we have had an ultimate nurse in the second game. I'm very familiar. It was a welcoming venue. Warm furniture and lighting gave the room an air of casual elegance. Table settings for the audience occupied the majority of the space, with a small stage in the corner for the performers. The close proximity between the two made the scene that much more intimate. A small green room was behind the stage curtains, and connected to it was equipment and instrument storage. The bar opposite of the stage had shelves upon shelves of beverages locked behind a sturdy glass case. A pretty classy atmosphere, huh? I wonder how many ultimate talents have toured this room for performances.
Many, I'm sure. It's well kept among the rest of the rooms, so it'd be no surprises once one would feel comfortable here.
Then a thought crossed my mind. Do you think I could be some kind of ultimate jazz performer or ultimate bartender?
Have you ever handled an instrument before? Or mixed beverages?
No, but who knows? Maybe if I pick something up, I'll suddenly be stricken with an ultimate talent revelation and play like a pro. Cyrus said maybe it's an innate trait waiting to be discovered. It just occurred to me that perhaps these rooms aren't just for students with existing skills, but they could also be a sandbox for budding talents.
I suppose there's no harm in trying. Why not? I'd like to see the moment a talent has been realized.
Oh boy. I'm relieved that they supported my odd idea. I felt a strange confidence rising. Cheerfully, I went behind the stage and picked an instrument I thought would suit me. Ashley and Pandora both took a seat in the front row and watched in anticipation. I felt like a kid going through a toy box with how many options there were. How about this cello?
Go for it.
Oh, cute. Pandora gleefully cheered me on as I gripped the bow and placed my fingers on the strings across the neck. I laid the bow across the strings. I was nervous, but if what Cyrus said was true, that my talent was waiting to be discovered, I couldn't wait to realize it. I took a deep breath and drew the bow. And then... Squeak! Ah. The sound I created tore the air like a giant rubber duck and was being unceremoniously stepped on. It was awful. I saw Ashley and Pandora flinch from the sound, but they still put on a brave face for my sake. I chuckled nervously and gently placed the instrument back where it originally was. Aha, I guess that's not it, huh? I wobbled off the stage and plopped down wearily at the table with Ashley and Pandora. I was beyond embarrassed.
Don't despair. You just haven't found it yet. Yeah, Echo. Not just anyone can handle an instrument. I mean, thought that thing was supposed to be played like a giant guitar. I'm surprised you even knew how to approach holding it.
I've seen performances before, so I just imitated what I saw.
Oh, that makes sense.
Pandora held my hand in a firm grasp.
Listen, we're going to find out what your talent is. If we have to play 100 instruments poorly, at least we'll know we're one step closer to reaching our goal.
Pandora reassured me, and Ashley gave me a warm smile. Thanks, you two.
Come, let's keep exploring.
Echo. Oh right, I was gonna say, I was like, I'm kind of surprised at how easily influenced Echo is by being surrounded by ultimate students, which I guess is natural if like you're around a bunch of people who's like, oh, you know, I can do this thing really well and I'm like recognized by like the government and I can do blah 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 and so and so. But like the thing is, Echo, other than I guess eating the pastry, Echo has not seen any of their talents like actually in action. Which is what confused me. I'm like, why are you so intimidated when you've actually never seen it? But I don't know. Maybe they're just trusting and I'm not. Piano pony. Yes. Exactly. I realize I can go a little bit higher because I'm not blocking anything too. Alright, anyway. We left Jazz Club. With trusting, yeah. Yeah. Outside the room, we ran into an unperturbed Cyrus and Lyle in the hallway at the foot of the entryway.
Hello there, having a fulfilling time exploring?
Yeah, totally. I felt a little exasperated from the cello mishap, but tried to play it off as best as I could.
What's up with you? Don't tell me you've already tried. Oh, don't tell me you're already tired. There's still a lot to explore.
Lyle, please. It isn't a race to make ourselves familiar with all the different rooms. No, we were actually just about done over here anyway. It was just my luck that the room appeared to be soundproof. Based on their lack of adverse reaction, it seems neither Cyrus or Lyle heard the disastrous sounds of a cello being poorly utilized. Then, the sound of a ringing and a voice rang through the speakers. Your attention, please. All students assemble in the second floor atrium for a special welcome ceremony. Oh boy! The five of us collectively made our way to the requested location, chatting about our discoveries along the way. So, okay. On the map, they did say there was a third floor. Where is this? Oh wait, this is on the second floor. Okay. I can end of the second floor, and oh, there's the stairs. Okay. I see. Man, the shape of this building must be crazy with all these windows that apparently it's like a staircase or something, this building. The end of the second floor hall fed directly into a spacious, airy locale. Echo. Ultimate time traveler and haven't made your first jump yet. Or if we're Echo. Wait, now that you're pointing out the name Echo, or we're like, you know, Echo. So it's like you can copy someone else's talent? Question mark. Like Sharingan or that guy from Kokono Basket. Natural light poured in from the high glass ceiling. The lush trees that framed the circular lobby reached towards the sky, well past the ring of decorative plants that occupy the second floor. Small shrubbery lined the base of the trees in a circular fashion, following and framing the ellipse shape of the room. Well-maintained living A well-maintained living wall lined the first floor's foundation. Yeah, ultimate copycat. Oh, that's a good name for it. Yeah. A bronze globe at the very center of the atrium drew the room all together. Light and warmth flooded my body, filling me with serenity. Whoa! A familiar, excitable voice cut through the air, disturbing that serenity.
Check this place out! Dang, wouldn't it be awesome if they had a mini golf set up in here? How cute would that be?
Plenty cute.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Art and Missy entered the atrium from the foyer's stairway entrance. I was surprised to see Missy still hanging out with Art, along with a timid Sei trailing behind them, no less. Slowly, our populace gathered in the center of the atrium hall. Canon and Forte leisurely made their way in much later than the rest of us, but arrived regardless. I saw all of the students. Wait, I saw all the students I had previously met, but afterwards no one else came.
Kind of a tiny class, huh?
Oh hey, it's the thing! They're doing the thing! Is it gonna go back and forth? Oh yeah, let's go! There were 10 of us, including myself. Art whispered the same observation I made. It was true that our class was rather small, but were we really going to be doing any learning here? I conceded calling a group of students a class was only appropriate. A hologram visual was presented from the centerpiece globe. A familiar voice came in from the overhead speakers. It was the same announcer from earlier in the dining hall. This is a special announcement indicating the welcome to all present students. The Preservation Project Group would like to humbly welcome you all to your provided safe house. As you are well aware, this safe house has been sequestered off from the growing concerns of disaster. You need not worry any longer of those concerns here. Disaster? I peered across the room to see expressions of affirmation. Everyone seemed to have relating concerns. I knit my brow. As ultimate students, we've provided you with the best amenities and environments to most effectively cultivate your skills and talents in utter safety. You may utilize the facilities to the fullest extent during the requisite hours. However, do not think of this simply as a safe house. This location is more than equipped for you to thoroughly indulge yourself with exquisite experiences. Oh, it's the it's the hanging out music. Okay. You're invited to enjoy yourselves freely. Welcome all to the apothegm. Yes.
Awesome!
Art audibly pumped his fist in the air. Although no one else displayed such a large presentation of excitement, the other students were vividly talking among themselves at the prospect of such a blessing regardless. The projection cut out as the announcement concluded. The students began to wander again, likely to try out what the climbing center and spa lounge had to offer. Everyone seemed to be breaking into their own groups while I stood still. I was excited, but a feeling of uncertainty stirred in the depths of my mind, suffocating my enthusiasm. Did I really belong here? As far as I knew, I wasn't an ultimate student. No intense talents, no masterful skills, not even in interesting experiences. I was starting to feel sick with anxiety.
Hey Echo, I'm gonna go to the spa with Pandora. Would you like to join us?
End up being an anagram. Oh, okay. Wait, actually, let me check, because I'm afraid this word might come up again. How does it pronounce?
Apothegm.
Apothegm. Apothegm? Apothegm. Okay. No thanks. You two go on ahead. I'm actually feeling a little tired from running around. I think I'll just take a nap. Ashley looked at me with silent, understanding eyes.
Alright then. If you change your mind, you know where to find us.
She gave me another quick hug before pairing off with Pandora. Gosh, why didn't you tell me about your talent? I muttered under my breath before sulking off. Yeah, right. I have no idea to pronounce. I trudged down the stairs back to the first floor foyer. There, I saw Canon in almost the same position she was in when I first met her. She didn't tell me if she had an ultimate title when she first introduced ourselves. Perhaps she doesn't have one either? I thought about approaching her to ask, but my throat felt dry. I didn't feel like being disappointed in the case she did have an ultimate talent. I quickly turned the corner before Kennen could notice me when... Click! I heard the sound of a shutter clicking. Turning at the sound, I saw Kennen developing a picture from an instant camera. Is she the ultimate photographer and her name's Canon? Like the camera brand? But it's with a C, or it's with a K instead of a C. uh, huh? How do you have a camera?
What do you mean, how?
I just thought we were disallowed our personal possessions. I didn't have anything in my room when I asked. Oh, I didn't have anything in my room, and when I asked Ash, she said she didn't have anything in her room either.
I'm a photographer. I need my tools, don't I?
So, are you the ultimate photographer? Cannon didn't reply. She just bowed her head once in a slight nod. Then that picture you just took. She reluctantly handed me the developed photo. Ugh. Why are we so crouched and awkward? The photo captured the moment I began to turn down the hall to avoid speaking to her. I thought she hadn't noticed me. This is...
I know what you're thinking. It's a horrible picture of you. I know it is. Because it's not a picture of you, per se.
Confused, I stared at the photo longer.
I'm not a portrait photographer. I specialize in the composition form called Rückenfigur, which translates literally to back figure in German. I don't expect you to understand.
I listlessly handed the photo back to her. That's interesting. Hannah silently took the photo and stuck it in her pocket before occupying herself with her camera back. Wow, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. Before occupying herself with her camera once more. But I admit, I didn't make an attempt to sound enthused. In truth, I wasn't. Kennen did have an ultimate talent after all. If that was the case, what was I doing here? My heart and mind were racing. Am I just an anomaly? Was this all a mistake? Did I accidentally take the spot of an actual ultimate student? Oh, did I accidentally take the spot an actual ultimate student was meant to take? No way. My voice croaked in desperation. This lavish mansion was meant to protect ultimate students, those students and their wide-reaching influential skills. Those students who were dexterous masters of their craft. Those students whose charismatic aura reassured my averageness. Those students who created nostalgia-inducing delights. Those students who won races upon races with pure skill. A repulsion rose in my stomach. I felt my breast shorten, my chest tighten. Suddenly I felt weak.
What's wrong with you? You're shaking.
I barely heard Cannon. I leapt for the front door. I needed to evacuate myself from the overbearing presence of the people who accomplished near impossible feats at such a young age. I was just an insignificant bug who wandered into a lion's den. I can't compete. Wait. I don't belong here! I grasped the door handle so tightly I saw my knuckles turn white. But soon... Ah! Oh no. I only saw black. I really opened my eyes. I was in bed, back in my personal room. Or so I thought. Forte was reclining in the love seat at the corner of the room, combing over what looked like sheets of music. I was in Forte's room. You're awake. He set the leaflet down before approaching me with an offering of water. I graciously accepted the cup and gathered my thoughts. My right hand was tingling. After gaining my composure, I managed to croak out a question. Forte, what happened to me? Curious, that's what I would like to know. Huh? What do you mean? Well, after the welcome announcement, I inspected the jazz club, but was quickly uninterested in the venue. I went downstairs to retreat to my personal quarters for the afternoon, but was promptly stopped at the foot of the stairs by Cannon. She said you collapsed at the front of the foyer's front doors. Cannon told me to keep an eye on you and quickly left. I scoffed. How considerate of her to have someone else take care of me. But why you collapsed, she did not say. It came back to me. I wasn't behaving clearly. Yeah, I remember now. I was talking to Cannon in the foyer, but I felt a need to escape, and was electrocuted when I grabbed the foyer door handle. Electrocuted? Forte was appalled. I, on the other hand, felt nothing. I took another sip of water and I closed my eyes. I felt wildly fatigued. Forte looked at me with a concerned silence for a minute. Echo, it might not be my place to say, but you shouldn't feel a need to escape. We're all being generously treated with a safe location to relax in, away from danger. No, you don't understand. I don't have an ultimate talent like the rest of you. My head drooped in shame, regret, humiliation. I don't have any skills or talents to offer the world. He fell silent again. Be that as it may, you still are a peer who shouldn't feel outcast from the rest of the group. You must be with us for a reason. I gazed into the water cup blankly. Come, the rest of the group is in the dining hall. I believe they are just starting dinner. Forte placed a firm hand on my shoulder before offering his hand to help me out of bed. I compiled quietly. Would there be an ultimate horse? Ultimate horse would probably have to be high school. Ultimate high school horse. Imagine if it was a person. It's just, yes, I'm the ultimate horse, and then I get on all fours. Okay. The dining hall was fully occupied by a small class.
Hey, there you are!
Art waved at me from the end of the table as I entered the dining hall, causing everyone's head to turn. Ashley and Pandora quickly ran to my side.
What happened to you? Are you okay?
Folks, please, why is it going by so fast? I did not mean to do that. Sorry, there's something in my eye. Okay. Folks, please, allow Echo to have a seat before bombarding any questions. The rest of the class paused their dinner as Forte helped me to an open seat by Ashley. Cannon wasn't at the table, rather she was standing next to the entryway. She must have noticed me looking at her and turned away once more. Before I can confront her about what happened in the foyer, Missy placed a pork cutlet meal before me.
Ashley wouldn't stop fretting and concerns to your well-being. So I took the liberty of getting a meal ready for you whenever you decided to come down.
This is just what I needed. How did you know?
I didn't. Perhaps I was just lucky.
Missy shrugged indifferently, but I saw her mouth turn into a slight grin. She seemed satisfied with having pleased me. I gave her a small smile back and helped myself to a small portion to regain my energy. Our little community had dinner together. Conservation lightly touched on everyone's mutual awareness of the preservation project. Oh, conversation, not conservation. It was a project in which ultimate students who signed up would be placed under protective custody to preserve their skills to benefit the future. Similar stories of talent discovery arose. Certain students grew up in an environment where all they knew was that particular skill, yet they rose to super excel beyond wildest expectations. I, of course, had no place in the dialogue. I paid no specific attention to the chatter, my mind going blank with white noise whenever the topic of ultimate talents came up. As we all finished our meals, Missy and Cyrus offered to pick up the dishes as everyone else restlessly waited to hear what had happened to me.
Echo, you have no idea how worried I was.
Ashley was holding my hand tightly. Ash.
If you're feeling up to it, would you mind talking about what happened?
I glanced over at Cannon next to the entryway. Her face was an iron mask. Well, I was feeling tired from running around the mansion exploring, so after the welcome announcement in the second floor atrium, I decided to go back to my personal room for a nap. Going down to the foyer, I was curious about the front door. I wanted to go outside, so naturally I grabbed the door handle but was electrocuted by it. Forte found me collapsed and carried me back to his room to rest.
You were electrocuted by the door handle?
Perhaps we should investigate.
What, and get electrocuted ourselves?
Of course not. I simply want to inspect the door handle for any suspicious mechanisms.
You should also check the floor mats again to see if there were any other similarly rigged exits.
And what would this accomplish?
It would ensure our safety so nothing like this ever happens again.
But our safety as ultimate students in the preservation project's safe house has always been has already been compromised by the existence of such a trap. The group fell silent. Cyrus is right. It seemed as if we had already fallen into some kind of trap the moment we woke.
So, we're just gonna do nothing?
Cannon's indifferent voice broke the silence.
Cannon's right. We shouldn't sit idly by after our friend Echo was put in danger. We ought to investigate, if not as an insurance measure, but to get to the bottom of the trap that caused such harm.
The group agreed and went their separate ways to search for clues. But before anyone could get very far, an announcement rang in. Ding dong, ding dong. It is now 9 p.m. Night time will begin at 10 p.m. Facilities will be closed until 7 a.m. the next morning. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise.
Seems like we'll just have to suspend the investigation until tomorrow. There's no use in wandering around aimlessly in the dark. I suggest you all rest up. I realize the situation is dire, but please do your best to save your energy for tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. I did not say that correctly.
We shall meet here tomorrow morning for breakfast and discussion. Yeesh, some first day, huh?
One by one, everyone filtered out of the dining hall. Low, concerned murmurs filling the corridors. Ashley stopped me back in the dining hall as the last few left.
Look, Echo, I'm sorry you felt hurt that I didn't tell you about my talents.
Huh? How did you know?
I'm your best friend, aren't I? I can tell when you're distraught. It was after that special welcome announcement I noticed you were off. It must have been difficult, feeling like you don't belong.
I admit, it's all been awfully overwhelming.
I never meant to keep it from you. It's just, I feel like being involved with me could only ever cause trouble. Not the horse racing aspect, but the ultimate student status aspect. To get tied up with such intense people can only amount to ultimate levels of trouble.
Ash, you know I'm your friend through and through. I don't think being friends with Ashley Westbridge, Horse Girl, is any trouble at all. Ashley giggled.
I love you, Echo. You really are a good friend.
Of course. I love you too. We made our way back to the living quarters hall and said our goodnights. Before entering my room, I saw Art and Lyle lingering in the halls. Hey you two, is something wrong? Ultimate troublemaker incoming. Us? Or?
No, in fact, we're having a strategy meeting.
Strategy meeting?
Art asked me if perhaps our being locked in a mansion situation is a big puzzle. Think about it, escape rooms exist, so maybe this mansion is just one giant escape room. I admit, it's not impossible, and it does sound interesting. Right?
So, what do you think?
I'm not sure yet. I have a feeling it's some convoluted ARG scheme.
ARG? Wait. ARG augmented reality. Eh. Yes. Okay. I got it right. Oh, they were gonna answer it for me. I didn't need to Google it. ARG?
Alternate reality game. It's a type of game that is interacted with through different media experiences, whether it be online or in real life.
Yep.
Tasks range from decrypting audio logs on a website to doing something odd like clearing up local cemeteries.
I see. Given those examples, it's possible that the fuse and electrocuting door could be added to that list of tasks, right?
Well, they're typically employed to the public to boost attention for a product. What the product is in our scenario, I'm not certain. And if this is an ARG, there must be a puppet master that's setting these things up, much like an escape room's game master.
An escape room and ARG sound pretty similar in terms of involvement in puzzle solving.
I suppose they're not entirely different entities. Wow, you've got it all figured out already! Puzzles are my strong suit.
I said goodnight and left Art and Lyle to conclude their strategy meeting as I returned to my personal room. I felt the mental and physical exhaustion hit me all at once as I let myself collapse onto the bed. To think, I'd be stuck in a luxury mansion with super talented students. My life before this moment had hardly been as eventful as this single day. Right, the fusing electric door. Well, there's definitely no normal way to go about it. Ultimate technician. Or not tactician, but technician. Just cut the wires and you're free to go. Take off your bracelet. I lived a rather average life, with as little trouble one could hope for. It was almost utopian in a sense. I never thought it boring or repetitive. It was like my mundane life caused me to be a little more worrisome than any... It was like my mundane life caused me to be a little more worrisome than any other person, likely, as a will to keep everything the same going forward. However, this strange situation threw me in a state of disarray. I was wholly out of my element. Above all, I couldn't help but feel guilty for making Ashley worry. Whatever it is I found myself in, I clearly didn't have a place. I sighed heavily. I should get some proper rest. The room was mysteriously fixed with a few sets of my clothing in the closet of the personal bathroom. I let my body relax under the repetitious rhythm of a warm shower. Crawling under the weighty covers, I turned down the lights and let my eyes slowly drift closed. Tomorrow, what are we going to discover? Someday we'll need an ultimate plumber. Mario! The moon. Oh. Whoa.
Danganronpa.
Prologue. Oh. It's so professional! I can't believe it! Ring, 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 ring. Obviously, it's not like a 3D space, because it's done in Ren'Py, you know? But like, dang. I opened my eye. Oh wait, I should probably save, just in case something crashes. Okay. I opened my eyes at the sound of the alarm. In my personal room. Fuck. No! In my personal room, I sat up from the bed and took in the surroundings. The events of yesterday weren't part of some strange dream. My personal room, that I initially thought was luxurious and comfortable, now felt oppressive. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be, since this mansion we found ourselves in was for ultimate students. I was reminded of my mediocrity and let my head fall back onto the pillow. Ugh, I don't want to see everyone. I grumbled and drew the covers over my head, uselessly trying to will away the shame of yesterday. Knock knock. I hear Ashley's muffled voice through the door.
Good morning, Echo. Just coming to check up on you.
Oh, just give me a moment. I'll be right out. Two ultimate... Technically, actually, yes, they can. I'd give the example, but it's a spoiler for, like, all the Danganronpa games. So, but yes, they can. After getting properly dressed, I met Ashley outside my door in the living quarters hallway. By the way, yes they can, but they never make a big deal out of it. They're just like, yeah, they're the ultimate this and the ultimate that. And it's like, okay, cool. And then they just like move on. And you're like, oh wait, okay, well I didn't realize. Anyway. Good morning, Ash. We walked casually down the hall to the foyer.
You sleep alright last night?
Yeah, I slept alright considering.
I hope you're not feeling too down about this whole situation.
I'm still coming to terms with it, but I'm feeling a little better after getting rest. And besides, everyone has been really nice.
That's good to hear. You're always good at you're always good at bouncing back.
In the foyer, we were met with two other students loitering outside the dining hall.
Sorry, I'm not a morning person.
Neither am I, but I'm really curious about the door.
The door seems scary.
Good morning, Sei, Lyle.
Good morning. Let's investigate to our best ability, yeah? Oh. You seem better, Echo.
Nothing a good night's rest can take care of.
True that. Morning. It's weird. I'd be having dinner right about now, but I'm waking up instead.
Huh? What do you mean?
One of my watches is set to my hometown time, and it says it's 7:43 p.m. Sunday, 6th of December.
7:43 p.m.? That's a 12-hour difference from now.
Oh, the date checks out. I was just thinking that the winter solstice will be coming up in about 2 weeks or so. Assuming we're somewhere westward from Sei's dates, today would be Saturday. I guess since we're all from different places, the time for certain people would be a little different.
Even so, all our alarms were set to the same current time, so we'd eventually end up on a uniform schedule, right?
Yeah, like recovering from jet lag. A bit unfortunate for those with larger time differences, though. Winter. It's too cold, but the new year is fun.
That's interesting though, because like obviously all the Danganronpa games made by the team take place in Japan, and Japan is just in one time zone, right? But assuming that the whole universe covers the entire world, right? That would mean that there are people outside of Japan who also have this ultimate talent thing. I don't know, but like, yeah, time zone's cool. Never thought about it. Interesting. Okay. In the dining hall, the familiar warm aroma of fresh bread wafted through the room. My senses swathed in comfort. Oh hey! Enora placed a basket filled to the brim with freshly baked delicacies at the center of the dining table.
Good morning, you two.
You've been working hard, huh?
Of course. I had to get an early start if I wanted to indulge you with awesome treats to begin the morning.
I felt the sweet and savory fragrances seep into my body, the warmth of a sun-kissed, dewdrop-covered morning. The smell alone was sublime.
Such a lovely setting. Yeah, it would almost be a shame to eat it. Almost. We wouldn't be doing Pandora justice if we didn't enjoy it. You're too kind. Help yourself.
That's alright. We'll wait for the others. I sat at the dining table with Ashley and waited patiently for the rest of the class to arrive. The rest of the class filtered in, and we began to help ourselves to Pandora's treats, as well as beverages provided by the automated menu. After we all settled in, Missy stood at the end of the dining table and began the discussion. Oh, stood at the head of the dining table to begin this discussion.
Good morning, all. I trust you all had a good night's rest. Our topic this morning will consist primarily of the problematic nature of the foyer's front doors. We will also be investigating the rest of the mansion for any other exits that might have a similar mechanism keeping us from going outside. You may split into groups or investigate as individuals, but if you find anything at all, please utilize the digital kiosk found in the room you are in to relay a message.
Relay a message? The digital kiosks can do that?
Yes, I discovered it with Cyrus before we retired to our rooms last night.
As it turns out, the digital screens are not just for displaying maps or to specify its function it provides in a resident home. Its function as a remote messaging system between all the digital kiosks in the mansion. For example, it can be used to communicate between the first floor to the second floor, and we can assume further floors as we gain access to them.
It's a rather rudimentary feature, though. One would scan their bracelet on all screens across the mansion to unlock the feature.
Oh, what?
One would scan their bracelet on all screens to unlock them across the mansion to unlock the feature and type using the on-screen keyboard. You cannot send to specific recipients, however. Once you complete and send the message, it will show up on the screen for about 2 minutes before deleting itself.
What? Wait. You scan your bracelet on all the screens in the mansion. Unlock the feature. Okay. And then type on the keyboard of the screen. But you can't send it to people like instant messaging. It'll just be on the screen for 2 minutes before it disappears. What? So like if you wrote, "Help, I'm being killed," on the screen and then you leave the room, if someone walks in within 2 minutes, they'll see the message like, "Oh, that's what they said." But after 2 minutes over, it'll just delete itself. But 2 minutes is a short time for this sort of thing. Okay. For the most part, the messaging system is used to translate the voice announcements to texts, for those who are hard of hearing. Yeah,
This mansion truly is all-encompassing in its endeavors to accommodate all. And that is precisely why we must investigate the reason the mansion itself would cause its residents harm.
The group unanimously agreed. The meeting concluded as we finished breakfast. Everyone decided to split up and search one room themselves. While I was still deciding where to go, Lyle approached me.
Hey, Echo. Would you mind coming with me to investigate the foyer doors for a moment?
Huh? Why me?
Because you were the one who experienced the shock firsthand. I was wondering if we could go back and retrace your steps to find clues along the way.
I guess we could, but in all honesty, there's not a lot to retrace, I don't think.
Nonsense. There's no harm in a second look with a fresh pair of eyes, yeah? You might see something different this time around.
Okie dokie low-key. In the foyer, Missy was already doing her own investigating, intensely staring at the walls.
So, what exactly were you doing yesterday?
I thought carefully about what I was going to say. I didn't want to tell everyone that I had been worrying about not having the talent, which led to my reaching for the door handle in the first place. I thought I'd be an outcast if others knew I wanted to run away. After the welcome announcement, I was feeling a little tired from running around earlier that day, so I went back downstairs to my personal room.
And?
Like I said at dinner last night, in passing, I was curious about the door and wanted to go outside. Is it so absurd a reason to want to reach for the door?
Whoa, no need to be a defensive. I was just wondering if you saw anything suspicious on the way.
Suspicious? Cannon immediately came to mind. Forte said she just left me collapsed for him to take care of. Why did she flee after I collapsed? I can't really think of anything at the moment.
Huh. I guess I'll have to dig a little deeper in the scene of that crime. Thanks, Echo. I'll investigate on my own from here.
I don't know if I helped out that much, but you're welcome. Lau went over to the door and inspected the surroundings, carefully tracing the paneling for any hidden mechanisms. In the meanwhile, I was curious. I wondered if Forte could help me figure out what went on with Cannon's disappearing act. Forte was unsurprisingly in the theater, inspecting the backstage area. Hello, Echo. Doing well, I hope. A little worried about the electrocuting door, but fine nonetheless. Excellent. I wish for you to keep your spirits high, despite the scare. Should you need any assistance, I shall offer my services. Yeah, about that, I wanted to ask you about yesterday. I thought you might want... I thought you might wanted to know more. Oh, no. I thought you might want to know more. Yes. However, the truth is as so. What I told you yesterday is all the information I have. I see. I admit, I didn't expect much more than what he told me. The story seems straightforward enough, especially considering the emergency. Maybe you could tell me if you noticed anything odd? Forte paused. I suppose there was a what? Oh my god. I suppose there was a trifling fact that Cannon fled up to the second floor right away. It's strange. Had I been so startled by such an event, I might have retreated back to my quarters on the first floor instead. Upstairs, huh? Other than Cannon fleeing the scene, I can't particularly think of anything to note. I suppose the whole ordeal was quite Oh, that was Forte. Other than Cannon fleeing the scene, I can't particularly think of anything to note. I suppose the whole ordeal was quite frightening. I'm sorry, Echo. I know it's a dire situation, but honestly, I'm not particularly equipped for this sort of thing. The mental hoops and note-taking required of an investigation are much too overwhelming. That's okay. I appreciate the thought, and actually, that little tidbit helps. Does it now? Bravo for figuring something out. I made my way through the foyer, past an intensely focused Lyle and Missy, up the stairs to the second floor. At the top of the stairs, I saw the digital kiosk light up, displaying a message on the screen. Hi, climbing center. Oh, okay, so the message goes to all the kiosks. Gotcha. But it only stays for 2 minutes. Okay. That makes more sense. I thought it was specific to the kiosk you put the message on, and I'm like, it's just like a Minecraft sign, but like worse. I got it, okay. Hi, climbing center. Well, it's certainly working. I paid no further attention to the message and continued on. Where could she be? I toured the hall past the jazz club, climbing center, and spa. However, my search came up short. Huh. Probably in her room, then? Upon entering the atrium, I saw her sitting by her lonesome in the center. Oh. Okay. Cannon. More of a message board form? Yeah. Except none of the messages are saved, and it only stays for 2 minutes. But before I could confront her again, a ringing sound played and an announcement followed. It is now 9 AM of the second day. Please make your way to the second floor atrium for a special announcement. What now? The few students that were already on the second floor made their way over quickly. Ashley, Art, and Cyrus.
Hey, did you all see my message?
Yes, hello right back at you.
Cool, it works! Well, at least we discovered something from Art's larking about.
Or a 2-minute live stream. Yeah. Or a 2-minute chat comment. The rest of the students from downstairs arrived shortly after. Lyle, Missy, Forte, Say, and Pandora. Now what could this be?
Maybe some third floor opened up?
There are stairs.
That might prove helpful. I haven't found much on my end. Whatever it is, can't they just use the message system thing instead of making us walk all the way up here?
So true. With all students gathered in the atrium once again, the bronze globe projected an emblem. But this emblem was different. And the voice that announced the following was different. Okay, so I'm gonna read this in a very bad, actually, you know what? I'm just giving like a Paimon point.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you've been enjoying your special vacation from it all. Or away from it all.
The voice was more high energy, like some sort of radio host or sports announcer.
This is an extra special announcement for the students with us today. You've been cordially invited to play a heart-pounding, soul-searching, excitement-inducing game.
A game?
That's right, a game! And not just any game. This is the Beyond Universal, glamorously popular game that many students like yourselves get the privilege to play. Why yes, it's the Mutual Killing Game.
What? Mutual killing game?
Ah, the Mutual Killing Game, a game of hope and despair.
Oh no, they said it! They said the thing!
A game of allies and betrayal. A game of cause and consequence. It's all so thrilling. Yes, indeed, you are all gathered here today by your own volition to participate in the festivities. To sign up for the Preservation Project is to sign yourselves to the exclusive game of life and death itself.
So the murder begins. And so we're here. Upon hearing that detail, I saw the other students' faces go pale with shock. We were all thought to be gathered in a place of safety. That idea was apparently a farce. What the hell is happening? My cry was futile. The announcement was completely automated, and the horrible things it was saying didn't stop.
This delightful game will take place over 7 days in the very halls you just explored. Just a day ago. If you'd like to leave earlier, then follow this one very simple rule: kill a fellow student without getting caught. Trying to leave by any other means will result in consequences, as some of you may have learned firsthand from a little jolt of discovery. Although I can't see why you would want to leave anyway. Inside, you have all sorts of lovely amenities. Live a luxurious life within these wonderful walls. That is, if you can survive. If you kill without getting caught, the ultimate prize, an amazing prize befitting an ultimate student, awaits the victor. I know. It's a lot of information to take in at once. We will allow you to absorb this information for the remainder of the day, so relax in the spa lounge, go climbing. But tomorrow, the real fun will begin.
Here's my question, okay? Because I'm immediately a bit confused on one thing, which is, I thought we were here, you know, because we all signed up for Preservation Project to keep ourselves safe. Which means, isn't that mean that the outside is not safe? So why would we want to leave, though? Right? I mean, yeah. I like the only motivation right now to kill someone and leave is whatever he said was a prize, right? But like, I don't know. I guess it was actually no. It's like the same sort of thing in Danganronpa 1, where it's like, oh, we don't want to be stuck here, we want to get out. But like from what they were talking about with the Preservation Project and why they signed up to be locked in here, right? So I don't know, whatever. I'm sure they'll explain. The announcement ended on one final disgusting note before cutting out. The class was in absolute shock.
No way, it can't be. Wait, what is this?
A sick, twisted joke is what it is. Everyone was murmuring amongst themselves.
There isn't anyone who would take that dreadful announcement seriously, is there?
Pandora voiced the question at the back of everyone's mind. How could one? It's merely an awful jest. Yeah, I think, like, they do bring in motives, right? And that kind of almost, like, force people to kill sometimes. But, like, I don't know. Well, we'll see.
There's no way any one of us would commit such an act against friends. Who said we were friends?
No, not the voice of the devil.
Who knows, maybe one of you is a puppet master running this shtick. This is turning out to be more interesting than that fuse and electrocuting door puzzle. This ARG is fun. Laya, what on earth are you talking about? You think this is a game?
Well, a little bit. It's kind of...
What else could I be talking about? I'm the ultimate puzzle master. Being a participant here is simply a test of my skill. I'll figure this puzzle out yet. Don't worry.
Oh, cool. Wait, they did the shot. The rest of us were paralyzed in the atrium. The immense gravity of the situation was oppressive. No one said a word. Eyes were anxiously darting around the room to see who took the announcement seriously and who didn't. To think, just this morning we were having a communal breakfast. The atmosphere was unbearably heavy. I stood there in cold sweat. I was dumbfounded. It was a killing game, specifically targeting ultimate students. It was selfish to think of this during the moment when all our lives were potentially in danger, but I really didn't belong here. Yeah, or a murder mystery. Right. Danganronpa. He either thinks it's like a murder mystery fun game time, or he's completely detached from reality. Oh! Oh my god, no way! There's a video? What? No way. It's so cool. Who? Oh, wild, bro, no way! You may now view the student roster from the main menu. Oh, wait, this is so cool, bro! What the hell? Oh my god, and they have like signatures too. What? And the little sprites. Alright, we gotta go over everyone right now. 162. Frogs, sci-fi movies, swimming and road trips. Why does everyone have a cool signature? Or maybe it's just, it's not signed by them. Or maybe it is. Oh, and they have character flowers or favorite flowers? Wild. Yeah. Pandora, Aspire. 165. Vintage telephones, tropical birds, cheese, playing darts. No cheese? What? Oh man, what if she's lactose intolerant? Sei Oh, I see. Bella's cats being rushed and lemonade. AA Academy, homeschooled. Soul Heart Industries Academy. Canon Ota. Jazz music, botanical gardens, humid water, dust. Echo Pine. Herbal tea and wooden trinkets, mud, and wild berries. Wow! Forte solo. Crocuses and skiing. What the heck are crocuses? And dislikes castles and parties. Wild. What's this? What is this? Why are people appearing at the side? What does this mean? Wait, no one showed up! What? What does that mean? What? What is this? Why do people pop up on the side? Is it like close friends? But looking at the ones that pop up, I don't think so. Fancy way of saying Crocs. He likes Crocs and skiing, and especially skiing in Crocs. People they already knew? Probably not, because we only knew Ashley. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out. It's just a giant spoiler. Who kills who? No way. Okay. Cyrus Surik. Ultimate Crisp. Laundry, journaling, candy. Isn't like candy or seashells. Okay. Lyle Termina. Right? Imagine. It's like, oh yeah. September 9, scented candles and chocolate ganache. Doesn't like watching sports or Dalmatians. Cruella de Vil. She doesn't scare you. No one else will. Missy Vesper. Magic tricks and honeybees. Dislikes trains and needles. Nice. Ashley Westbridge, Ultimate Junkie. 182, taking walks, fountain pens, overthinking, plastic. Plastic! Eh? Oh wait, are we not, schoolmates? I thought we were from the same school, but I guess not. We're just friends outside of school. Calm Mind Institute. Terminus Intel High School. Bellum Academy. Signal Prep High School. White Marsh High School. Relaxon High School. Black Mist Girls Institute. Soul Heart Industries Academy. Homeschooled. AA Academy. Krilla's nephew. No, then he would like Dalmatians. Same elementary. Well, no, they knew each other for they said they knew each other for 4 years, or they've been friends for 4 years. Hold on, I have a theory, a game theory. Okay, Cardo is with Art, and then it. What does it mean? What does this mean? What? Wait. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. At first I thought it was like maybe it changes whenever with like where we are in the story because it's like maybe it's like where they are like the people they're with right now, like in groups. Because all the characters will wander around. I don't know, like in Danganronpa there's like a map and then you can see like where all the characters are during free time and stuff. But it's not that because it doesn't match up, so scratch that whole idea. Second idea for what the character portraits popping up could mean is it could be whoever they trust the most is my random guess. I'm judging this based off of canon having no one popping up when I hover over her. Yeah, because when I hover over canon, nothing happens, right? Everyone else has someone popping up, and like, I I don't know. I guess like I'm saying this because Ashley is with us and then we're with Ashley, right? And has been Ashley and Pandora have been good friends too, and they show up for each other's, right? I don't know. I'm randomly guessing because I feel I don't know. That's my game theory. But yeah, very cool. Very nice. Alright. Oh wait, let me save. Yeah, I hope they do explain what it is. Undeterred by the horrifying announcement, Lyle left the atrium in an almost giddy manner. A smirk painted his face in stark contrast to our own astonished expressions. So, we're stuck in this weird luxury mansion for 7 days. What's 7 days anyway? It shouldn't be too hard to not kill anyone during that time, right? We've made it this far. Art chuckled nervously, but the fact that such an inexplicable requirement like that existed in the first place was difficult to come to terms with. One very simple rule: kill a fellow student without getting caught. What kind of awful rule is that? Please, don't joke about the matter. Don't lose your head so hastily. Oh, wait, wrong voice. I noticed the announcement rules didn't outright state that we necessarily needed to kill anyone to begin with. Perhaps Lyle is onto something regarding the ARG angle. Besides, the risk isn't nearly pressing enough to encourage such drastic action. Despite the loophole Missy mentioned, the pressure of a killing game being presented loomed over us, crushing whatever sense of comfort we initially had. There's no use for us to be glaring at each other in silence. We ought to continue the mansion investigation. Missy shook off the terrible feeling and went on her way to search once more. Wait, this is Missy? Yes. Yeah, just like if you had to live in like a facility but like all your needs are provided for 7 days and it's like really luxurious, just living there, easy, totally easy. So they're definitely gonna do some other stuff.
Investigate? How could she ask such a thing after something so scary just happened?
Being able to stay calm, being able to stay composed at a time like this. Missy isn't easily shaken,
Which is nothing to say about Lyle, who is excited.
With nothing left to do, we departed from the atrium. But the voice continued to haunt me as I left the room behind.
Wah!
I don't know if wahahaha is better than
Ooh poo poo poo.
That awful cackle ran in my ears, filling me with dread. Upon leaving the atrium, the others dissolved into their own disoriented thought. With the foyer door bearing any chance of exit, all we could do is wait. Wait. All we could do was wait for tomorrow, wherein tomorrow the real fun will begin. The so-called game with an odd emphasis on ultimate students. What a horrible thing could possibly be in store for us. I felt like I was being suffocated by the decorated walls and furniture, the decorated students, and their achievements. What had I gotten myself into? I followed close to Ashley as we drifted away from the atrium, dragging my feet through the hallways.
Echo, Echo, are you okay?
I don't know.
Some announcement, huh?
Yeah. I'm still reeling from being surrounded by students with super talents.
Right.
But honestly, I'm just really worried about you.
Me?
Yeah, that whole killing game seems to center around the ultimate title stuff, so I hope you're not dragged into it.
Echo, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a lot tougher than you think.
I can kill someone, no problem! Ashley, what? I mean, I didn't say anything.
I've fallen off my horse more times than I can count, but I just get up and get back into the saddle.
I can't help it. It might just be a fluke or some kind of cruel joke, but what if it's not? Sorry, I know there's no use making myself sick with worry.
Don't fret about that. It makes sense. This strange situation would make anyone nervous, but... Look, I'm not going anywhere. If anything happens to me, I'm not going down without a fight. And you're my best friend! I don't think being friends with a little warrior is any trouble at all.
Ashley tried to reassure me multiple times that she wasn't going to get wrapped up in this absurd killing game, but... Despite her stubbornness, my heart sank further and further into darkness. Knowing such a game was thrusted upon us in the first place was too awful to bear. I didn't want Ashley to reassure me that she wasn't going to die. I wanted to hear that the killing game wasn't real at all. Ash, would you mind if I had some time alone? I'm still feeling overwhelmed.
Oh, of course, I understand. In that case, I'll take some time to explore the mansion a little more. I'll always be around if you need anything. Take care, Echo.
Ashley departed from the study, and I went back to my personal room. Not gonna lie, Ashley is saying that stuff about, don't worry, I'll put up a fight if anything happens. I'm not going down without a fight. That, and I was like, whoa, death flag much? Oh no, Ashley, stop talking, please. It was all too much. I threw myself on the bed and let my body slowly sink into the comforter as I sank into my thoughts. I went over the events of this supposed vacation in my head. Oh, I woke up in a... Whoa. It's spinning. That's crazy. I woke up in an unknown room, with nothing in my possession, and in a panic, threw the door open to find my best friend Ashley Westbridge, the ultimate... Oh wait, what? I didn't know this was quiz time! Oh, jockey. That's right. She's the ultimate jockey. Supposedly won 84% of her races, whatever that meant. No, she was in top 3 for 84%. She won 44%. Come on, Echo, get the facts right. Are you even paying attention? Sorry. Regardless, she neglected to tell me of such a thing during our friendship. Ashley and I teamed up to explore what we discovered to be a mansion. After meeting a handful of students, we discovered 9 out of 10 of them had something called an ultimate talent. There is someone who doesn't have one. Who doesn't have an ultimate talent? Us. That's right. Within our group, I discovered I was the only one without some sort of ultimate talent. I wanted to speculate that perhaps I had no memory of such a thing, but in all honesty, I wasn't even able to list any interesting memories pertaining to a ultimate talent. Paying attention wasn't in the job description. Well, it's in my job description. I was in a state of disarray. After being overwhelmed by immense talent everyone encompassed, I felt an urge to escape. I ran to the forest's main doors and was electrocuted. That's right. Upon grabbing the door handle, a shock was sent through me, causing me to pass out. I lost consciousness and woke up sometime later in Forte's room. After the shock, the rest of the students became concerned. Our group split up the next morning and searched the mansion for any signs of a trap. In the middle of the search, we were summoned to the second floor atrium. There, we heard some horrific news. The horrific news was... We're here to join a preservation project. We're not real. We're not real. That's right. A strange announcement informed us that we were to be trapped here for 7 days, and the means of escape was to kill someone. Not to mention that the real fun would begin tomorrow. It was also strange, almost unreal. No, I just wish it were unreal. I just wanted to go back home. I just wanted to go back to the comfort of complacency and knowing my place. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep, lost in my thoughts. Ooh! Whoa! A cheese board? I opened my eyes. The clock on my bedside table read 12 o'clock. Oh, I must have dozed off a little. Why can't this weird situation just be a dream already? I stared blankly around at my personal room. Guess I could take a walk to get my mind off things. Is it 12 in the afternoon? Or PM? Or not PM, AM. So Baker Lady is dead. No! Don't jinx it! I made my way to the foyer inside again. The grandiose foyer was empty, making me feel smaller against the elaborate decor. I dawdled around for a spell, thinking of what to do, and I heard a small conversation in the dining hall. Have a look at this. Oh. Whoa, cool. What the hell? It was Pandora and Say. I paused at the doorway. It seemed they were in the middle of something.
Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it's lovely. The engraving is just immaculate. My sister gave it to me ages ago. I was wondering if you'd like it. Huh? Why me? Were you wanting something in return? Nothing of the sort. I was just thinking, as a watchmaker, you must have a rich eye for detail. I believe you could give this piece the care it needs. I don't know. It's a gift from your sister. Wouldn't you want to keep it? I'm afraid I can't quite put it to good enough use. I cherish it, but if someone else can appreciate it more than I, who am I to keep it away from her? Oh. I'll try to keep care of it. Thank you.
She's still alive, thank God. Yes. Good. Also, she's just giving away her sister's watch? I don't know. That's weird. Like, it's like really nice and like generous and whatever, but like it's also extremely out of nowhere. Even after a pressing situation made itself known, it seemed like Pandora still wanted to get along with everyone, even the most timid person some way or another. I left them alone. Or maybe it's just that. I stepped back into the center of the foyer. I wonder how everyone else is doing. Whoa! They do have a map. Yo! That's flag number 2. No! I guess since we're in the foyer, I'll go talk to Missy. Transitions. Still in the foyer. Oh wait, she's at the door. Okay.
Can't sit still knowing there are questions to be answered. Would you like to join me in an investigation?
I helped Missy search every corner of the foyer, to no avail. Oh wait, was it free time? So, okay, I thought I was gonna talk, but... Oops. I should have saved. That was kind of a heavy sigh. Are you okay?
I'm not immune to the pressure of the situation we found ourselves in, and I must confess something, if you would allow me to think aloud for a moment. I intended to join the preservation project as a part of their operating group once I heard about it. I thought my skills would prove useful.
Really? What were you thinking about it now? What are you thinking about it now?
I'm convinced the group must have been infiltrated. The group is known for bringing in many talents from around the world. For starters, I know the Preservation Project's safe house was a large building with many wings for each group of Ultimate students. The groups are divided by the window of time students signed up. In our case, we all signed up within a relatively close time frame, creating a group of 10. The individual groups are often offered a class project to work on together, utilizing all the unique skills in their pool. These projects apparently have varying results, given the fact that each group may or may not be composed of incompatible talents. Regardless, the end projects are usually very unique.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Certainly.
I think I gave her too much of a voice similar to... Okay.
It would be an amusing and challenging experience to participate as well, but alas.
Other ultimate students, huh? I'll let Missy continue investigating in peace. Oh no, I can go with everyone. With everyone. Okay, cool. I wonder how Ash is doing.
Hey Yoko, I was just reading about this painter named Marcel Osterzone. Apparently people think very highly of their work. Would you like to see?
I learned about a Renaissance painter thanks to Ashley.
So, how are you feeling?
Feeling a bit better? I took a walk to clear my head a little.
Glad to hear it. The last thing I would want is for you to get all worked up. Ash...
Oh, Ash, I'm curious. How did you hear about the preservation project?
I heard about it by word of mouth. I have some Ultimate Talent colleagues that were talking about the preservation project, so I signed up for it along with my friend, the Ultimate Race Car Driver.
Wow, jockey and a race car driver? That's a pretty high-stakes tag team.
Well, you know how it goes. Birds of a feather flock together. But I can't help but wonder whether or not he made it in.
I'm sure he did. He's probably just in a different group.
Maybe. It's just, last I spoke with him, we got in a huge fight.
Ashley didn't seem to want to talk anymore. Sorry if I brought up something painful.
No, it's okay. Fights happen when people are close. It's just a fact of life, I suppose.
We've had our fair share of spats, but have usually worked them up. We've had our fair share of spats, but have usually worked through them. Remember when I dropped your mug?
I still have that mug. You worked pretty hard to mend it together in that kintsugi fashion. Although it's a little too awkward to drink out of.
Usain Bolt! No, Usain Bolt isn't a high school student! I knew it was your favorite, so I did my best.
Thanks, Echo. I appreciate what you're trying to say. Don't worry about my silly fight. I'll get over it.
I said goodbye and let her have some time alone. Porter's probably in the theater. Welcome to the stage, Echo. I was just admiring the selection of props backstage. Would you like to try some? I awkwardly tried on some hats and masks with Forte. Ugh, this killing game. It can't be our reality, can it? Excuse me, just thinking out loud. That's okay. I was wondering the same thing. I mean, the preservation project. Ah, what am I saying? They can't be related. Surely the group has been infiltrated and is pulling a horrible prank. Though I can't say I enjoy the perpetrator's flavor of humor. What is the preservation project anyway? It's a group that provides safe housing for ultimate students, protecting them from extreme natural disasters. I had a reputation for taking in small groups of students at a time, since the news of it was passed along slowly by word of mouth. Once enough students signed up, a number of them were let in. In our case, it seems the message got to the 10 of us. Word of mouth. Yes, a lot of ultimate students often flock together in small communities within their area, since they're often outcast by the average people. I personally heard it when they acquired an ultimate radio host to help spread the message to my community. I can recall with clarity, his voice was boisterous and engaging, not unlike that strange announcer. Despite that, it was a modest arrangement overall. There seemed to be a constrained effort not to spread the word far and wide. Which is strange considering the varying range of students and talents around the world. Wouldn't you think the group would extend this offer to more ultimates? I guess it does feel a little deliberate. Oh, listen to me drawing away. Don't mind my pedantic thoughts. Just trying to make sense of this is all. Forte quieted down as he continued to inspect the costumes backstage. Ultimate communities. I thanked Forte for spending time with me and left the theater. So, okay. So the thing that I was confused about, basically, I was like, why do they want to leave? Because outside is probably horrible, right? That's why they're in here. But from how Forte was describing it, so it's like a house to house ultimate students. It's like a safe house to house ultimate students from natural disasters, right? But said natural disasters aren't technically occurring at the given moment. Is that what's happening? It's like to house them from potential future natural disasters. Like, oh my god. Yeah. And then, like, that's just, like, where they would live and do all their stuff. But they can also come and go and leave, is the idea? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what the point is for the preservation project. I wonder if art is okay.
Echo, wanna see how high I can climb? Safety first, though, of course.
I watched Art struggle with the ropes and harnesses before giving up on the idea of climbing altogether.
So weird.
What's on your mind?
This game thing. That announcement said it was a game, but it's not very fun. It's not a very fun premise, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's a fun premise for one person.
A huge mansion or whatever, just for the 10 of us to play a killing game. It seems, I don't know, expensive?
What do you mean?
This place is huge. I would have thought maybe more people would be involved by the looks of it. Not that I want a lot of people to play a killing game.
You say a lot of people, but are ultimate students really so common?
Yes and no. I'm familiar with Ashley's name only because I pay attention to the sport, but I know zilch about photography. I think you just have to be in the right circles. And to put in perspective, there are billions of people on the planet. It only seems like a lot of ultimate students at this moment since we're all gathered up.
That's true.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about all this ultimate talent stuff. It's tiring sometimes.
Art fell unusually, but Art fell unusually silent for a spell.
Anyway, it doesn't look like I can figure out this climbing business. Catch you later!
Art gave me a quick nod as he zipped out of the climbing center. Okay. I'll look for Cyrus. Actually, shoot, I probably should have attempted to press the other two buttons of the people we don't know the locations of. Hello, Echo. You come to relax a bit in the spa? Feel free to join me. I settled in with Cyrus for a relaxing moment. Cyrus, what do you know about the preservation project? Oh, just about as much as any other student has signed up. It's a group that protects ultimate students from extreme natural disaster. Preserve humanity's future. It's presumed that that is their goal, as the name implies. Huh. That's as much as I know, too. It would be unfortunate to lose people who would benefit the world, right? That makes sense. What do you think about this? I sighed. The scenario we found ourselves in, it feels like the very opposite of saving ultimate students. It's terrible, building excitement and hopes of safety only to crush those feelings in a messed up game. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea. A more than reasonable observation. It's cruel, isn't it? But most of all, I was still confused as to why and how I found myself here. In that case, what do you think of the others? Huh? What about them? Well, our associates have found their way here, for some reason or another, isn't that right? No one would want to join a killing game voluntarily, that much is obvious, but say that the former were true, that they joined to become part of humanity's future. Pandora seems keen on the idea that our talents can induce worldly benefit and change. Oh, oops. Do you think such a thing could happen? I suppose so. Why not? Cyrus chuckled faintly. Why not? How optimistic. Oh, yeah, I guess it might be a lot to hope for from the scenario we're in. No, it's good. It's good for you to maintain the spirit that anything is possible. Cyrus flashed a pleasant smile again before reclining back on the spa chair in silence. After a beat, I saw myself out as Cyrus continued to enjoy his time in the spa. Oh wait, I can go look for them. By the way... Oh wait, I can't... Oh no, it is here. Log. Oh, okay, right. He was talking about how, like, everyone signed up, technically, for the preservation project, which means they all felt the need to be trapped in here, apparently. Or need to preserve themselves. Okay. I wonder what Lyle is up to. But it says location unknown. I wandered the first and second hallways in search of Lyle, but failed to find him. I guess he's off solving the killing game puzzle. Better let him get to it. And Cannon. Okay. Oh boy, couldn't find him. I looked up and down the halls but couldn't find Cannon anywhere. I guess she's in her personal room. I made my way over to her listed personal room in the living quarters and knocked lightly. Which would make the threat you're not allowed to... Yeah, right? Sorry. Something was in my eye! Okay. Cannon? And instead... No! There was no response on the other end. Either she was out being difficult to find... either she was out being difficult to find, or she didn't want to be bothered. Whatever the case, I moved on. I think that's everyone. I learned a little bit about this preservation project and how others found their way to this place. Despite that, I was still left pondering my purpose here. After spending some time with my fellow classmates, I habitually wandered back to my own personal room. But upon entering, I realized I didn't have any personal effects with which to pass the time, so I stepped right back out into the hall to see if anyone wanted to socialize. Incidentally, I came across Sei and Cannon on their way from the foyer in the halls. Hey Sei, Cannon. Or hey Sei, Cannon. I was about to go to the dining hall. Did you want to come?
We just left the dining hall.
Oh, I see. We stood in silence for half a minute.
Oh, well, I, should go.
Sei shuffled off, leaving me and Cannon to fill the empty air.
She went right back to the foyer to who knows where.
Huh?
Sei's personal room is right here.
Maybe she wants to spend time in one of the activity rooms?
Maybe.
The conversation came to a stalemate.
I'm just being cautious.
Cannon turned and withdrew to her personal room. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding in. Cannon tires me out. I made my way to the dining hall, running into Ashley along the way. We greeted each other in a rather unusual manner before sitting down with the other students, who had already settled in for a meal.
Echo, Ashley, feel free to join us. We were just starting.
How have you been faring since this morning? I'm feeling much better, thank you.
Pleased to hear it.
Missy sat at the head of the table. Art and Cyrus sat across from each other, with Ashley sitting next to Cyrus. I shuffled in, sitting next to Art and across from Ashley. Man, what kind of class only has 5 students? One that has been disillusioned by a strange game, apparently.
Yes, it's a little disheartening to see only half of our group gathered here.
Well, it isn't strictly required that we all have to have dinner together.
I saw Sei and Cannon passing. They must have had their share already and were on their way out. Sei's a pretty shy girl, so I can understand. Perhaps she didn't want to be around a large group of people. In canon, she's obviously mysterious.
Well, there's no use pondering about them. They can do whatever they please, so we shouldn't question their actions. Even if they're suspicious? And for that matter, doesn't the killing game frighten any of you? I voiced the questions that have been really my thoughts. I mean, there's really no one capable of that sort of thing, is there? My question was met with silence.
Echo, I understand that you might be afraid right now, but it won't do you any good to worry. You're only going to run yourself ragged thinking about the frightful possibilities. Yeah, Missy's right. It's just some dumb announcement out of nowhere, so what's the threat?
Precisely. We shouldn't make ourselves sick with anxiety from something that hasn't invoked any consequences.
Plus, if this was a killing game, why would they give us such nice amenities? Why not just throw us into a creepy locked building? Wouldn't that pressure us further into killing each other to escape an unknown scary building?
Right.
I wonder. Regardless, we shouldn't dwell on specifics of something so mysterious and harmless. Let us just enjoy each other's company and the fixings of this mansion to its fullest.
But thank you for the encouraging words, Missy.
Missy won't get shook up. She's the definition of keeping it cool.
With the atmosphere lightened up, we continued our dinner in lively chatter. I was thankful to have such positive energies surrounding me. After dinner, we all departed to wrap the evening with our own activities. Ashley and I walked over to the living quarters to rest for the evening. Before we went to our respective rooms, Ashley pulled me over to the end of the living quarters hallway. Ash, what's up?
Echo, I've been thinking and I don't know how to say this. This killing game, it has me really worried.
An ultimate battle royale? Just saying that is ridiculous. It has to be some kind of themed ARG or weird elaborate prank. I was kidding around, but Ashley remained still with a serious demeanor.
Well, you're here, aren't you? How else would you explain your high school plaque on your personal room door?
Oh, that's true. Huh? Sure, it's a little strange, but that could mean anything. I was probably just mistaken for a different student at my high school.
You know what I think it means? It means I was right. Echo, being involved with me only results in ultimate levels of trouble. This game that's specially curated for ultimate students managed to gain a collateral student participant simply by association. Me.
Ash, what are you saying?
I don't want you to worry about me. Yes, I can protect myself, but it's more than that. I remember that night, the night you dropped me off after we had dinner. You couldn't walk me to my house. I did, in fact, make it to the house in one piece, but when I looked back out on the street, I noticed something strange. I saw smoke. It was coming from the direction you dropped me off, so I assumed the worst. I wanted to run out there and see what had happened, but the only thing I remembered after that was a sharp pain, and then black. Right. I must have been a target or something. Someone must have subdued and captured me, and at the same time you as well. Whoever did this, it seemed they wanted to cover all their bases, which meant if you saw anything that night, you had to be taken also. I trembled at the thought. The problem was, I didn't see a thing happen that night. Oh, the problem was I didn't see a thing happen that night. No, I can protect myself, but I want you to keep your distance, so whatever happens to me doesn't come to hurt me as well.
How could you say that? We're best friends! I can't abandon you at a time like this.
I need you to let me alone. Or leave me alone. It's for your safety. It hurts me to even think about it, but I don't want you to be in danger because of your relation to me as a close friend.
I couldn't believe what was happening. Ashley's face was painted with remorse. She only wanted to keep me safe, but in return it meant we needed to be apart. Ashley gave me one last hug before retiring into her room for the night. Ashley. I held my head in despair. Why did this have to happen? I clenched my fist in frustration. Damn it! I pounded the wall, trying to process everything, when I heard a gentle voice. So sorry for just what happened. I twirled around to find the source of the voice a few paces behind me. It was Pandora. Her voice was barely a whisper. Pandora, you heard our conversation?
I apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was only nearby because I wanted to talk to you privately.
Me?
Yes. I was wondering, does this message mean anything to you?
What? Kuma? Pandora pulled a small piece of paper out of her apron pocket. The note had 2 small symbols on it along with some text. If you recognize one of the symbols depicted, then you have finally found me in art. What? No, if you recognize one of the symbols depicted, then you have finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of this note's existence. Trust no one but yourself. Upon closer inspection, the symbols were similar to the ones the announcement showed. What does that mean?
Do you recognize either of them?
I can't say that I do.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I was confused by the contents of the note, so I was hoping someone could help me. In particular, I was wondering what the note meant by "you are safe."
Based on what's shown on the note itself, the 2 symbols could be of interest. It seems like there could be someone here who might be connected to whoever is controlling the announcements. Basically, there might be a spy.
I thought the same, but I wish the implications weren't so.
Where did you find that?
It was in my apron pocket since I woke. I didn't know how it got there. Don't recall putting anything like this in my pockets.
She tucked the note away back in her apron pocket.
However, that wasn't really what I wanted to talk to you about.
Huh?
I wanted to say, I feel like you're a very special person. I can't really explain it, but I feel a strong aura about you.
Oh, thank you? She smiled and went on.
Echo, you might be right you might think being an ultimate student is some kind of extravagant existence, but you forget that there is beauty in the ordinary as well. Even if we do have ultimate talents, we're still regular people just like you. Waking up with bedheads, sometimes showing up late to our appointments. We're just a little more preoccupied with one particular thing than most others.
YouTube just... really? I haven't seen any... Thank you, Pandora. Pandora managed to quell a bit of the worry in my heart.
But it is a pity what happened between you and Ashley.
I don't know what to think anymore. Poor boy doomed girl? What are you talking about? No! Like, no, Pandora's gonna be fine. What? It's Ashley I'm worried about. I feel like Ashley has more death flags. Or, I don't know, maybe not. One moment Missy is telling me not to believe a word the announcement says. In another moment, Ash is cutting ties with me in a firm belief of the dangers of the game. What am I supposed to do? I felt my throat begin to choke.
Oh, I don't know this word, Echo. I don't think it's my place to say. However, this is but a bump in the road. Ashley will always be your friend, no matter what. And it may be difficult to determine what's in store for us ahead, so we must keep our faith and live one moment at a time.
Was in French, she's doomed. No! The light started to dim as Pandora smiled at me one last time.
A body has been discovered.
No. It is now 9 p.m. Night time will begin at 10 p.m. Blah 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 blah. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise.
Oh dear, it looks like the nighttime has come. Well then,
Bon appetit! I mean, good night, Echo!
and please don't tell anyone about this note. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. I feel like this note is the key to many mysteries in this place.
I nodded. The note was odd, but I couldn't find it in me to outright doubt Pandora.
Good night to you too, Pandora.
Oh, good night to you too, Pandora. That was me. We both returned to our personal rooms to pass over the night. Okay, I'm gonna, go sneeze for a sec and grab water. I will be right back. Please enjoy the loading screen. Hi. It's me again. Okay. So, um, there is one thing that I was wanted to talk about, which is Ash cutting ties. And I was a bit confused why she felt the need to, but it was just maybe this is just personal opinion. But I was thinking while she was talking about it, she was like, yeah, but like we're already in a killing game scenario, you know? Like why would you need to cut ties now? Is it because you feel like you'd be targeted because you're an ultimate and then we'd get caught up in it? Actually, that's just probably why. Never mind. I was thinking too hard. Yes, I am back. Alright. This seems to be all the same. Yeah. What could it mean? Okay. I stared blankly at the dim ceiling, letting my mind wander aimlessly through the news I learned today. But nothing really stuck. Words and conversations and thoughts flew by as I let my heavy eyes close. The one thought that pervaded the others was, what would be waiting for us tomorrow? Before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. The moon! The moon! Day 3. Wow. One more day and we're like halfway through. I opened my eyes to the now familiar colors of the room. Ugh. I look at my clock on my bedside table. 7:28. I turned off the alarm before it rang and steadily got out of bed. Only 2 days had passed, yet I found myself beginning to acclimate to the sleep schedule. I splashed my face with cold water, the icy sting charging my nerves for a sharp awakening. I wonder if anyone is in the dining hall for breakfast yet. Let's see who doesn't show up. Pain. You can hear it, like, they have like a weird eerie sound going too. Oh, it went back to every day. I made my way to the dining hall, stopping in the foyer for a moment to gaze at the mysterious electrifying doorway. Oh. Wow, the door. In the dining hall were a few early risers just starting breakfast. Good morning.
Good morning, Echo. Please help yourself. I made some muffins with citrus today. Hopefully it'll energize you.
Nothing like a hearty, satisfying breakfast to start the day.
Oh, rolling with the same crew as last night. Except, I guess Ashley was switched in for Pandora.
My heart hurt when Art mentioned Ashley. Pandora must have noticed and sat close to me.
Here, I made the lemon squares just for you. Ashley told me in passing you like lemon.
She did? So Ashley was still looking out for me. Thanks, Pandora. Can you tell her thank you for me as well?
Of course.
We continued our leisurely breakfast as we all shook off the night's slumber. Wait, here's a sudden intrusive thought. Yo, what if Ashley's dead, but then Pandora killed her? No one else came in during the length of our stay in the dining hall. However, ding dong, ding dong. A body has been put. No. It's now 9 a.m. Please assemble in the second floor atrium for a special announcement. Oh, again? Okay. We still need to raise the stakes. Right? But it seems like the stakes are going to be raised soon, given by this special announcement. After the announcement ended, I mechanically started to get up from my seat when Art loudly kicked his feet up on the table. No way! Art leaned back in his chair and pouted. We're not gonna listen to your creepy announcements, you hear? He waggled his finger aimlessly at the ceiling. I wonder what happens if we refuse to assemble. Do we want to test this passive protest?
Why not? I'm curious as well.
Hey, isn't this dangerous?
I agree, it might be risky.
The only risk so far has been when Echo actively tried to escape. The past 48 hours have been nothing but casual to us. However, after a moment of silence, the painting above the fireplace switched to the announcement emblem. It was the killing game announcer.
So welcome to day 3!
Huh.
So it plays regardless.
I sat down and allowed the announcement to disrupt our morning.
Are y'all comfortable? Having a nice breakfast? Having fun? Sleeping in? That's great to hear! Today we'll be reviewing some general rules relative to our lovely killing game. They are as follow. Students will enjoy an idyllic lifestyle within the
I forgot how to say the word. Wow, good job, me. Apothum walls for a duration of 7 days. Activity amenities are open from 9 AM to 7 PM. Breaking major assets, kitchen, refrigerator, theater lights, etc. is strictly prohibited. At the end of 7 days, whoever survives is awarded the ultimate prize. What? So we just have to not kill each other? Huh? To expedite the process towards the ultimate prize, one must kill a fellow student without getting caught. Yeah, same. I thought about the ignoring the G part. But what? Really?
And to get the ball rolling each morning, a special music will be provided to exercise your mind. Today's forced motive question is...
Forced motive question?
Are your talents a true representation of who you are? Who are you beyond your talent? Stew upon these brain-teasing inquiries as you all carry on with your communal lives.
Is that it? Is that it?
Haha, yeah, I know.
I have missed the thing.
Whoever actually went to the atrium gets an additional special gift.
Oh.
No one wants to go to the second floor just to hear an announcement. That's what speakers are for after all. So whoever follows the rules got a little something something, if you know what I mean. Finally, if there are no developments by day's end, there will be serious repercussions. You will all suffer the consequences and be executed as a group for failing to participate in the game.
What? Wait. By day's end?
Check out your bracelet. They all contain a lethal dose of Complex 53, just enough to knock you into the next life in less than a minute.
Huh? I flip my bracelet over to see a small clear vial of liquid attached to a control chip. Wait, you can flip it over? Our bracelets had these the whole time?
But that's just a last resort. I don't really want to use it unless you really bore me. So come on, you all, make it happen.
There it is! Yeah, I guess the motive of not wanting to die is a pretty strong motive. The bizarre announcement cut out, and the painting returned to its original form. But Days End seems a tad pushy, not even one night. Right. Maybe they just didn't want to deal with nighttime stuff. It was too much thinking. So the thing they're giving us to motivate murder is a question. No, it's, well, yes, the question, but also the fact that you were gonna die if you don't. I feel like that hit me more than the question. The question was just like, oh, whatever. Existential crises, we have them all the time, you know? What's another day? But like... Right. Like, because they said ultimate prize, but like, there's no specifics about it whatsoever. Like, they could say like, oh, but if you get this ultimate prize, you'll like be able to like guarantee his happiness for the rest of your life, or like you'll never have to worry about anything ever again, or I don't know. But they never said what it was. Like it could just be a participation trophy, you know? Is a question.
and the threat of clear liquid that is proclaimed to be a deadly toxic gas. As far as I know, such a chemical by the name Complex 53 doesn't exist.
Oh.
It might just be water, like a prop or something, and to release it only at the end of the day if nothing happens? I don't know, seems kinda weak.
I furrowed my brow. I recalled what Missy said yesterday, that the risk wasn't high enough to do something drastic. A question was hardly raising the bar, not to mention a small vial of liquid. Okay, well if it's not real... The ultimate prize, you get to live! Yes, the prize is your life. As for the other provided motive, as it were, I don't understand. Are we meant to discuss the question with each other? Perhaps, unless anyone has any skeletons in the closet, I believe it is only fair to share our thoughts on the subject. I sheepishly ducked my head, but Missy caught me. Echo, why don't you lead us in our discussion? You are the most qualified since you sit in a rather gray area when it comes to ultimate talents. Which isn't to say you aren't included, but I think you have the most neutral viewpoint that is appropriate for judgment. Sure, if you say so. If you don't want to, it's not necessary. It's alright. I have to admit, I'm pretty curious now. Well, let's see what everyone has to say.
Is being a pro golfer a true representation of who I am? I don't really get it. I mean, I think it is. I haven't really expanded my interests outside what I know, which is golf. So I can't say anything else encompasses who I am. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. If you try something new now, I think it might be disorienting to fail at said activity since you're not ultra skilled in it.
Oh yeah, that does make sense. Well, ultimate golfer or not. Yeah, I like playing golf. I think I got so good at the sport because I knew I liked it all this time and stuck around with it. Never really thought about the other stuff.
Yeah, there we go.
I guess it's just a simple sentiment. Thanks, Echo.
So, Cyrus. Yes? What does being called the ultimate charisma entail? Why, it's the mystifying ability to draw people towards me with little to no effort. Or so I've been told. Is it me or did the number of sparkles increase? Some might equate the word charisma with charm, and in turn think that charisma has to do with good looks, beautiful voice, overflowing wealth, etc. However, I think charisma actually lies simply in having a kind soul. People are swayed by those with a kind soul, be it they have good intentions to follow through or bad intentions to follow through on, or bad intentions to take advantage of. I found myself absorbed in Cyrus' statement. They increased? Sorry. I might even say you're rather charismatic yourself, Echo. Oh, I don't know if I would go that far. Nonsense. I welcome your presence. It's calming. I felt a little embarrassed after being given such kind praise from the one so-called ultimate charisma himself. So with that in mind, how would you describe your personality and talent? I'm not sure. It's always difficult to talk about yourself. Though I suppose I do like going with the flow. I guess the word could be cooperative? Missy, a political tactician, huh?
It's not glamorous. I'm often tasked with knowing the burdens and misdeeds of many people in power. It's somewhat a curse to be able to lie my way out of this sticky situation.
How do you feel about being called the ultimate tactician, though?
I don't mind. It is what it is. It is the strength I've been blessed with, and I would be misspoken if I said I took an interest in other things. I've always known my personality to be someone who informs. And if I can give a purpose-driven voice power to speak up for what's right, then the ensuing battle, be it a difficult one, will produce satisfying results. I believe at the end of it, if intense debate occurs, there's often an intense emotion behind it.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen your fair share of selfishness and greed, though.
Circumventing those intentions can be trying, but you just need to take the good with the bad.
Missy, self-assured as always. Pandora!
Who am I beyond my talent? Honestly, I wouldn't be anything without baking. Even in another life, I think I would always find a way back to baking. It's just in my soul. I think at the core of it, such an activity represents all that I care for in life. The simplicity of sharing good food with friends, to make something infused with love, and to bring that joy to others. It's quite a special feeling, isn't it? Is it not?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Listen to me being so sentimental.
You really love baking, huh?
Oh, it's everything.
Everyone said similar things. That their talents run alongside their personalities. You couldn't have one without the other. What an odd motive. I would imagine talking about this kind of thing among peers would only reinforce relations. If our captors are trying to plant distrust, I'm afraid I don't quite understand the logic. I thought about the intention of the question, but all I could think was that it might be to weed out spies. Which involuntarily led me to suspect the person I would least expect.
Is something the matter, Echo?
Nothing. I averted my gaze from Pandora. She has some kind of secret note that bore the strange emblems of our mansion announcers. Dude! No, Pandora! What could it mean?
If I may be so bold, I firmly believe from our discussion that our ultimate talents are truly one and the same with our personality and characteristics.
I'm inclined to agree.
I guess it's cool that we got to know each other a little more, though. It seems like a friendly enough topic. Indeed, our talents and skills born from a passion within. You simply cannot remove that aspect of a person without losing a part of them. A particular motivator, that one.
With our thoughts on the forced motive question cleared, our group was able to finish the morning in peace. The Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club wrapped up with no other announcements to interrupt us. The afternoon was completely available for individual activities. I didn't have anything in particular planned today, so I idled in the foyer before deciding what to do next. Hey, Echo. That familiar voice erupted from behind me. Oh, what's up, Art?
This might be weird to ask, but do you mind if I hang out with you today? I'm kind of curious about the other students' talent stories, but I didn't go running around the mansion. I didn't want to go running around the mansion alone.
Why didn't you ask one of the others from breakfast?
Huh? Oh, 'cause you're cool!
What?
I mean, you're easy to talk to. I thought about asking Missy, but Missy's kind of imposing, honestly. I feel like I have I feel like I have to walk all nice, like I'm balancing books on my head or something.
I don't think she's strict about how others walk or anything like that. That aside, she stuck around with you on the first date, didn't she?
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, I'm asking you since I'm here.
What?
I'm asking you now since I'm here. Besides, I can't find Lyle. I wanted to get another strategy meeting started today and maybe even help him with solving some stuff, but...
So I was the second choice. Somehow he seems disappointed. Sure, I'll tag along. I didn't really have anything planned today anyway. I trailed off thinking about Ashley.
We can probably cut down on one visit right here, since you and Ashley are best friends. Do you know anything about her talent?
Honestly, I can't say I do. This is the first time I even heard about such a thing like alternate talents. All I knew was that she lived out in the countryside with her father on a ranch, Westbridge Stables. I didn't think all her time around horses amounted to something as intense as being an ultimate jockey.
Huh. Maybe she just likes to be modest? I mean, just because she has high win rates doesn't mean she avoids taking care of the horses. Kinda like she works hard and plays hard. Does that make sense?
Awkward, yeah.
I couldn't really make heads or
tails of it. I didn't really want to be thinking about Ashley at the moment, anyway. It was too overwhelming. I sighed. Yeah, I suppose that could be it.
Alright, that's one down. Let's get going.
It seems I got roped into exploring the other students' opinions on the forced motive question with art. Not that I was opposed to the idea of learning about the others. There were a handful of people we haven't heard from. Okay. More location unknown. I'll get this out of the way then. Okay.
What the heck? Where is Lyle?
Don't know. I'm certain we would have ran into him by now.
If we run around some more, we're bound to find him sooner or later.
Okay. Well, Say's in the dining room? Didn't we just walk out of the dining room? Let's try to find Say. The ultimate steampunk. Bro, I'm in no way. If I was the ultimate steampunk, I wouldn't be as pastel. Art and I saw Say in the kitchen poking at the digital screen.
I haven't eaten since yesterday.
Say, what's the matter?
Oh, it's no use. I don't know how to use the screen thing. It doesn't register my tabs.
Huh? You need to tap your bracelet on the screen first, and then you can choose a meal.
What?
She raised her right arm and scanned her bracelet to the screen, activating the display.
This is embarrassing. I'm not right-handed, so I didn't think about it.
Glad I could help. Say poked at the digital screen, ordering a rice porridge with pickled vegetables.
Eat up, Say. Echo, let's get something too, so she doesn't have to eat alone.
Art, Say, and I all shared a small meal together. After we finished, Say quietly sat in the dining hall and fiddled with her rings. She then let out a big, exasperated sigh.
It's really no use.
What's wrong?
I can't get used to anything around here. It may be because I'm kind of forgetful, but I went so long without eating because I couldn't figure out the menu thing.
You shouldn't go so long without eating. If you need help with anything, you can always ask one of your friends here.
But friends?
Was that too forward?
No, it's just I don't talk to you all much, so I didn't believe you thought me of. So I didn't believe you thought of me as a friend.
Don't say that. There's no reason we wouldn't call you a friend, right? She stopped there, but I saw a small smile turn the corner of her lips.
So, right down to business. Business? We came by to see you to ask you about the question thing. The question thing? You mean the forced motive question?
Yeah, a group of us were talking about it in the dining hall over breakfast, and we were wondering if you had any thoughts about it.
I don't know. It seems straightforward. I'm a detail-oriented person, and watches are full of little mechanisms. Although, I guess can get lost in those details and miss the big picture, like just now. But then again, after all the gear design differences under the face of the watch, the outcome is still fixed. A timepiece, right? Yeah. I don't really understand what the question is supposed to be all about. Sorry.
No worries. We didn't know either, so we were just going around getting everyone's opinion.
Oh, I see. Well, good luck figuring it out then.
Say climbs up and quickly scuttles off before we could say anything else.
Oh, bye? She's kind of antsy, huh?
Forte's probably where I think he is. Oh, Art and Echo. What brings you here? Art here was curious about your opinion of the forced motive question.
Yeah, why opera? Isn't it boring?
Art, full of tact, I see. Aha! It's quite the opposite of boring. Performances are very rich and can shake the viewer to their core. Opera is a wonderful art that combines raw vocal emotion, the physical beauty of expressing the self with your very being.
Oh. Wanna hit us with some bars?
Forte's operatic voice. To say I was a little curious would be an understatement. Oh, no, I couldn't perform under these conditions. What conditions? Why, the conditions of the heart, of course. Can we ask why that is? Well, you see, I hadn't been able to properly express myself since a tragedy struck my hometown. We lost a friend in our community. Sir Hyde, one of our most loyal friends. One of his favorite pastimes include long walks in the park, with the wind gently brushing through his ears. Wait, is he talking about what I think
You lost your dog?
Art! Yes, I'm still rather fragile about it.
I'm sorry. That sucks, man.
I suppose it's different experiencing tragedy rather than performing it. Precisely. I've been troubled since.
What kind of dog was he?
A German Shepherd of 13 years.
Aw, I'm sure you gave him a grateful life. With lots of music, of course.
Forte's lip turned to a small grin. Indeed. A dog is a man's best friend, are they not? It would have been unseemly of me to treat him not unlike my own family. His kokoro is brokoro, and he can no more singoro. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. He had such charm and wit, howling along with my practice. Why, I dare say he prevented me from practicing, times more often than not. For I loved to command the attention with all his gaiety. I couldn't help but smirk at the idea of his dog on the theater stage. It was a sweet thought.
Yeah, just remember those good old times with Mr. Hyde.
Indeed I shall. Thank you, Art. After that small chat, Art and I thanked Forte for his time and paused near the theater exit to collect our thoughts.
I bet his dog was really fun to play with. Anyway, what did we learn? I don't think we got an answer to the question as much as we did a description of what opera is.
I think we did. Forte is kind of a dramatic guy, sure, but he's very in tune with his emotions. Just like opera. Satisfied with the answer, Art nodded in understanding. And despite him jumping straight to Forte's worries, Art seems to have helped Forte recall his fondness of his late friend. Okay.
Canon can't avoid us forever.
Hell yeah. We're tracking her down. The GPS is finally working. Canon was in the atrium, photographing some of the greenery in the center of the grand hall. Art and I hid away behind some bushes, watching quietly.
Hey, I know you two are there. Be quiet until I'm done.
We watched in silence as she snapped various photos of the plants.
Out with it. What do you want? Aruko was curious about your talent in relation to the forced motive question.
Way to throw me under the bus. Yeah, just wanted to hear your thoughts.
There's not much to say. I know who I am. I'm a photographer, a behind-the-scenes kind of person who brings others' visions to life and captures them for eternity.
Was this rehearsed or what?
No. I just know who I am. With a certainty.
Just as Canon was about to make a dramatic exit on that lingering note, Pandora caught her on the way out.
Oh, Canon is just the person I wanted to see.
And is this about the motive question as well?
Indeed. Rookin figure is an interesting subject. Would you mind if I asked what draws you to it?
So when did Pandora get here?
Yes, I do mind. It's niche, and I don't want to waste my breath explaining these nuances to people who wouldn't understand. No activity is so niche that it's acted upon without love, you know?
Whatever, leave me alone.
I offend you?
No.
Just, why are you bombarding me with questions? We're not close. This is how we get close. We make small talk and learn about each other. It's all in good spirit.
Well, I really wish you wouldn't bother. Canon ends the conversation for us again and disappears from the atrium. Well, I guess that's that. Sorry you had to walk in on that, Pandora.
It's fine. Perhaps it wasn't my place to ask. I shouldn't pry, right?
Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. Canon's just kind of snippy. That's putting it kindly.
Thank you, Art. Echo? Excuse me, I just remembered something. I'll see you two around.
Oh, sure thing. We'll see you later. After running around all day, Art and I managed to catch Lyle as he was about to enter his room on the other side of the living quarters hall. Oh, we actually did find him.
Yo, Lyle!
Hey there.
Oh, hey there, what's a good word?
What happened to your voice, Lyle? What happened? You didn't show up for so long, I forgot what it was. You're awfully casual for being so difficult to find.
Yeah, we finally caught you.
You've been running around this whole building solving puzzles. And we've been running around this whole building looking for you.
Oh, I'm in hot demand, is that right? Yeah, we wanted to hear your thoughts on the motive question.
We thought it might improve relations, getting to know each other better and all.
Ah, that. Force motive question. It's not a very strong motivator, is it? What if I didn't want to talk about it?
I suppose you don't have to.
Yeah, but we're friends. We should share stuff like this. And friends who know when to let up on the pressure. Oh, sorry, Lyle.
Art looked down dejectedly. I'm sure Art didn't mean to press you so hard.
It's fine. It's just, I've just known puzzles all my life, you know? Puzzle solving is more of a introverted task, if you will. They're generally seen as activities simply for passing the time, cubing, crosswords, etc. I don't really like thinking about who I am beyond my talent is all. I'm afraid that I'm too boring without puzzles. You're not boring. You're plenty cool. I mean, look around. You've got all sorts of friends here who think you're amazing for charging right towards solving the electric door. Right, Echo?
Amazing was one way to put it. Yeah, Lyle, don't beat yourself up. You have a gift.
Thanks, you too. But hey, while we're on the topic, listen to this. I tinkered with the door and I managed to figure something out.
Lyle had our attention as he led the way to the foyer.
Here we are. Give the door a try. What?
No way. Does that mean we don't have to stay here anymore?
Well, that's the catch. Go ahead.
I gave Lyle a nervous look before reaching slowly for the door handle. Bracing myself, I quickly gripped the handle and... nothing happened.
Wow, Lyle, you did it!
Wait. Oh, I was fine, okay. I gave the doors a push, but they wouldn't budge.
Oh, what now?
What the? Is there a barricade or something?
I think so. That, or it's just hard locked. So I managed to disable the electric door, but the physical barrier is an issue now.
No shock, yeah. How do you even do that?
I admit, I'm relieved that there's more layers to this task.
What do you mean?
It would have been too boring if I just had to disarm a door.
Unconcerned with the discovery, Lyle was more satisfied with having more puzzles to solve than he was with removing a trap from the dangerous door.
Here's something else that's interesting, though. Might be important, since it's about this weird killing game twist. After that 9 AM morning announcement, I saw Sei sneak downstairs from the direction of the atrium. You think she actually... you think she actually went to listen to that announcement? I can't think of anything else. Even stranger was after she came down. She went to the dining hall for a minute, but quickly left. I poked around in there and saw this in the pantry.
Oh. That's the note that, Pandora had.
Whoa, a secret note. So, is that the so-called special gift? Yeah, I can only assume.
I was confused. How could it have been a special gift from this morning if Pandora shared the note with me in confidentiality last night? I decided to keep quiet about it. I didn't want to confuse things further.
I studied it a little, and the symbols don't match any symbols of the students that are currently here. I cross-referenced the note symbols with the ones on our personal room doors and got nothing. That is, if the note symbols even belong to the students.
I remember Missy saying something about other students.
Oh?
She told me that the preservation project divides ultimate student groups across different wings of the building. Maybe those are students from a different wing.
So what would we do if we know? So what would we do if we did know those students? It's not like we've seen them in our part of the building yet. What else? Could it be? Morphogenetic field theory?
What? Lyle mutters something under his breath. What?
Don't worry about it. It makes me wonder though, are we meant to be recognizing other students? For example, I believe I recall Ashley and Echo being friends before this, am I wrong?
No, you're right. I thought it was just me though.
Right? See, for me, I recognize Art's school emblem. AA Academy, right? Oh, yeah, how'd you know? I went to Rain Moth Institute. I remember seeing your school symbol when our schools merged. My school used to be called Signal Prep High School before the merger. I thought you were so cool, representing a whole school to influence a merger. That's kind of embarrassing. It was such a long time ago, I hardly remember it. Why not? It's amazing that you used your golf skills to make things happen.
Okay, wait. If that's the case, then about the people that show up when I hover. Actually, no, you know what? Never mind. Because I was thinking, because Art shows up here for Lyle, right? In the same... I don't know. Because I was like, maybe it's people we knew before the killing game, but I was like, that's not possible. Never mind, it's still a mystery. The moment anyone steps outside the door, they get a dose of poison. Yo. The door is like double booby trapped. Anyway, yes, golf skills.
Our school has never been in better shape, thanks to your help. Oh, thanks, but people complain that my games aren't interesting enough since I always get the same result, a hole in one. They always say games should be entertaining. They should just play golf themselves, you know? Besides, Lyle, you're the cool one. I mean, you use your deduction or whatever to figure out how to disarm a dangerous door. That's more utility than I could have ever imagined.
999? Like the nonary game? No, I haven't actually. I know about it, but I don't know anything about it. I've been meaning to play it actually. I bought the game like 2 years ago, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll do it sometime. I just never played it.
I mean, you use your deduction or whatever, yes. It's nothing. The door doesn't even open anyway. It's still awesome, though. I feel like you can even figure out what the deal is with the killing game announcement stuff. Oh yes, that is the end goal. I'm just working my way through all these small pieces they're giving me.
Two talked energetically as I awkwardly watched.
Oh, sorry, Echo. We're just over here talking your ears off, huh?
On the floor of Lyle's portrait is one of their big bracelet things. Oh, really? Oh! Hey! Yeah. There's other puzzles and stuff too, and I think... Okay. I may be pulling stuff out of my ass, but I'm like, oh, it looks like the Your Turn to Die collar, but I don't know. It could just be any collar. But that's fun, okay. That's alright. I'll take my leave now if you guys want to continue.
Sure. It was fun hanging out with you. Let me know if you come across anything else weird, alright?
Art and Lyle left, chatting along the way out. They really clicked, huh? Despite Art's lack of sensitivity. Yeah. It's definitely a bunch of references. I turned around and glanced over at the digital kiosk in the foyer, looking for the time. 3 o'clock. 15 o'clock! Already 3 in the afternoon. Nothing regarding the killing game has happened all day. Guess I should be relieved. I really wanted to find Ashley, but it seemed like she was trying her best to put distance between us. I suppose I'll just pass time in the study. Ashley's dead. No. I made my way to the study and skimmed a collection of encyclopedias. An interesting titled book, Odd Theme Parks Across the World, caught my attention. With the tome in hand, I settled in the warmly lit study and began to leaf through the pages. I passed the time reading about a strange underwater theme park called Limu. A body has been discovered. Are you gonna do that every single time, she? Yes. I looked up from the book's pages and towards the reading sound coming from the ceiling. It's now 4 p.m.
And no one has died yet? Ugh, how boring. Here's something that'll pump your blood and shed some blood. Some inspiring, exciting, and energizing music.
Oh no, not this again. I swear, if it's from V3.
This one's a special request from many of you at home. Enjoy!
It is! I listened to this to do homework once. The announcement finished and a cacophony of obnoxious noise started playing overhead. Yeah, same. I thought it was gonna say it's 4 p.m. and someone has died or something like that. Ugh, what kind of music is this? I dropped the book to cover my ears, but it was pointless. The reverberation pierced through my skull and pounded through the walls. What the hell? Scouring the room, I looked for the speaker, hoping to block the noise, but my efforts were futile. Eh? I ran out of the study, but the din kept crashing through my head, amplified worse from bouncing off the hallway halls. Where is everyone? I instinctively went to the foyer, but it was no use. The door was disarmed, but it was still barricaded. What can I do? The noise was more severe in the foyer as I crashed off the walls and echoed through the main chamber. Ugh. My head was pounding. I could feel the vibrations in my body and my heart beating in my ears. Turning away from the main doors, I saw a shadowy movement at the top of the stairs. Hey! The shadow disappeared. I mustered out a cry for attention, but it was drowned out by the noise. Speeding up the stairs, the shadow head was nowhere to be seen. Shoot, where'd they go? I peeked through the glass doors of the closet room, the spa lounge, and spotted Pandora reclined in one of the lounge chairs. Pandora! Ah, finally, someone to help me with this horrible situation. I threw the door wide open and rushed in. Music persisted as echoes of its beat flooded into the circular chamber. Pandora, what's going on? I can't find anybody. No reaction. No way! No! Pandora? I closed the... Time froze. My breath escaped me once more as slowly came to realize what had happened. I felt my blood run cold as my eyes laid fixed on the stillness before me. No, you were right! You jinxed it! No! Pandora! Shocked Pikachu face, no! Ah! There was no response from her. Pandora was dead. It was the cheese. It was the cheese that killed her. I darted out of the spa lounge, my eyes tearing through the hall as I screamed at the top of my lungs for help from anyone. Help! 2 people swept in at the sound of my voice. What is it?
Stop making so much noise. The music is making enough of a racket.
It's Pandora. She's... Where is she? We raced back to the spa lounge. Cyrus and Cannon's eyes were bound immediately towards the horrific sight. Cannon gasped sharply and flinched, nearly toppling over backwards from the recoil. Cyrus's expression hardened. A quiet anger emanated from him, it almost palatable in the air. I myself was completely drained. All I can do is stare in cold silence. Finally, the music ceased and a new announcement began.
A body has been discovered. At last, a body has been discovered in the spa lounge. Thank fuck.
Okay.
You will be granted a period of investigation, and then we will begin our class trial. Please accept this generous gift of a special report called the Monokuma.
It's still called the Monokuma file?
It will be printed from the digital kiosk, and it outlines the details of our poor lost friend. Your lives depend on solving this case, so get a crack on.
The announcement was cut off, allowing stiff apprehension to suffocate the scene. Investigation? They want us to investigate Pandora's dead body? And how dare that announcement call her a poor lost friend? It's their fault for forcing this game on us. Echo, please calm yourself. It appears we're being given an opportunity to right this wrong. It may be difficult to swallow, but this didn't just happen out of nowhere. Someone did this. Culprit. Huh? A culprit? Only appropriate. The culprit we are seeking is the culprit we are seeking is the killer responsible for Pandora's death. His voice was firm, but I could see him clenching his jaw and his eyebrows furrowed as he looked back at the body. Cannon, however, stood unmoving. She neither moved nor spoke since I saw her flinch at the first sight. It's like she froze. Right. The door flew open suddenly, and I heard everyone clamoring at the spa lounge entryway. Sei shrieked and immediately fainted. Sei! The rest of the students made their way in, fright painting everyone's faces as they each caught sight of the spa's terrible centerpiece. Unbelievable. I wish that announcement was made in jest, but it appears I have been made a fool for hoping.
This is too much. Why, Pandora? Why?
Everyone seemed at a loss, with good reason for sure. The announcement said we were given a period of investigation, but I couldn't help but think it was such a detached request. Investigate the murder of her friend? Where would we even begin? Missy's commanding voice broke the silence.
So, we've been instructed to investigate such a thing.
The Monokuma file should tell us all about the means of her death. But how do we even start? Does anyone know the first thing about investigating a dead body? No one spoke up, but Missy pressed on.
All we can do is investigate to the best of our ability. If there's even a small trifling matter that plays into this, keep it in mind. We need to put our best foot forward in investigation if we are to find this heartless culprit. I have a bad feeling that the class trial may be an unforgiving scene.
It is such a tragedy. Dreadful more so that we must be the ones to discover the culprit among us. Oh, he said the word. Everyone was visibly stressed. We all stood some feet away from the body, afraid of approaching the reality of our situation. The air was thick with tension, but actually cut through.
Missy's right. We need to get to the bottom of this. Someone killed our friend for some awful reason, not for the ultimate prize. Murder is murder. Someone dies at another's hand, and that life is taken away. One lives, one dies. There's no gray area about it.
Ashley's eyes were fiery with intent.
Someone here...
She trailed off. But we could fill the blanks on our own. She didn't dare to utter the idea that someone standing within our ranks did this. Mogus. She marched over and gently laid a hand on Pandora, sharing a moment of silence for her. The rest of the group was unnerved but silently agreed. Missy and Ashley were stern, but they were right. I was shocked at the sight of Pandora's body, but I mostly felt sad. Sorry. She looked peaceful, suspended in a newfound endless slumber. The longer I looked at Pandora, the more the suffocating melancholy in my heart grew. My heart ached to hear her voice again, See her smile. She had so much life, and it was just dashed away in an instant. Clung to whatever memories I had of her. Couldn't let her warmth, her love, her hope go unforgotten. He said the hope word. Someone killed her. And we need to find out who. Not only for our peace of mind, but for Pandora's sake. Despite my fervor, I was still anxious about investigating a body. Right, that's what I was thinking. Like, it could be suicide, but, like, I don't know. Given how it was done, because there's like a mark on her neck, maybe not. And no visible thing to create the mark. It was only natural. Just this morning, Pandora was so animated, sharing her breakfast pastries and getting along with everyone. But now all signs of life were erased, leaving a cold semblance of her person. I try to work through the nerves by asking the others their thoughts on the situation. That is, if anyone has anything to say. Investigation commence! Whoa! Okay. Whoa! Very cool.
Monokuma file shed some light on Pandora's death. It looks like a considerable amount has been conveniently omitted. Or rather, the entire file has been paraphrased for the purpose of vagueness.
May I have a look?
Missy handed me a black postcard-sized sheet.
Monokuma File 1. Victim, Pandora Aspire. Sorry, I still don't know her name. Cause of death. Victim suffered from strangulation. No further injuries detected. So, it was strangulation. But is that all the information we have?
Fortunately. However, we have yet to inspect the scene itself. I trust none of the first witnesses shifted anything around upon arrival?
No, I didn't touch anything. I saw her body, ran out and yelled for help, which called Cyrus and Cannon. Neither of them approached her.
Well, there's not much else we can do.
I swallowed hard. I still wasn't ready to confront the body, but I steeled myself regardless. Something deep in my heart told me I needed to do this.
Echo, I know what you're thinking. It's hard, but we need to face her.
Okay. Ooh. Sorry, I'm not oohing at the body, I'm oohing at the animations. Or yeah. It's Pandora's body. Pandora's bracelet, formerly a rose gold color like my own, was now a vibrant neon pink. I guess it meant she's gone.
As difficult as it is, we have to search the body and scene for clues.
Nevertheless, Missy was having a hard time looking directly at Pandora's body.
You notice anything odd?
I briefly looked at Pandora's neck. Her neck seems to be in pretty bad shape. It looks red from some kind of stress. But other than that, I can't really figure anything else out.
The victim report.
According to the Monokuma file, the cause of death states she suffered from strangulation.
Let's think about it. If she was strangled with, what did the culprit strangle her with? Good question. Do you think the culprit went to the climbing center and used a rope?
Or perhaps they cruelly used her bare hands. I shuddered at the thought. The fact that we had to think of how the culprit committed such a thing was unnerving. Okay. Discuss. Oh! What? That's cool. Whoa! Okay. Okay. Down the line. I think I'm gonna be sick. I rubbed his back as he took deep breaths. Hey, it'll be okay. Ugh. Art could barely eke out a word in his state.
Echo, It's selfish, but after I heard the announcement, I was relieved to see you standing in the room. That said, Pandora didn't deserve this.
Right? It's pretty cool.
No one deserves this. I just hope she didn't suffer.
Ashley fell silent and stared at our lost friend. I'd never seen Ashley so distraught. Oh, okay. I was like, music fades. Oh no, it repeats. Got it. This is distressing to say the least. Echo, were you the first one here? Yeah. I didn't catch anyone on my way here, though, so I can't say I saw anyone suspicious who could have done this. No, we saw the shadow, Echo. Come on. Recall! You came pretty quickly after I shouted. Did you happen to see anyone? I can't say I did. I was in the climbing center right next door, too. Was Cannon with you? She came at about the same time as you, if I recall correctly. No, I was by myself. While I was in the climbing center, I left the door open if anyone wanted to join in recreation. No one came by the center, and I didn't leave until I heard your voice. I ran into Cannon shortly thereafter in the hallway, just in front of the spa lounge. Weird. I didn't run into anyone on the first floor either, so whoever did it must have just vanished? That's unlikely. Regardless, how did the culprit give us the slip? Cyrus was grumbling to himself as he tried to organize the events past. Is it really possible the music provoked murder? I can't wrap my head around music being used to motivate something so extreme. I agree. I cannot condone this vilifying of music. It's proven that music has therapeutic qualities, but conversely, select sounds have the ability to cause anxiety and other negative effects. In that case, maybe the motivating music was meant to make us stop thinking clearly? I definitely felt startled when it began. Perhaps. The rhythm of music can affect your body. Given our experience with the motivating music, it was high-paced and likely used to cause, as the announcer said, blood-pumping excitement. I suppose those qualities could have been abused to activate a fight-or-flight response that would inevitably end up like this. Is that so? That wretched music was certainly irritating, but for someone to succumb and produce such an intense reaction, to what end? Was the music really that motivating?
Don't talk to me.
Cannon spoke through tightly gritted teeth. She looked disturbed. Okay.
Lyle, what are you thinking? If I'm being honest, I don't know. There's not a lot on the scene to dissect. The only thing that caught my eye was that shred of paper in the spa pool. But it's completely ruined.
How long was the music playing before the body was found? Not super long, actually. The music started playing, and then we were like, oh my god, music, oh, it hurts my head. And we ran out of the library that we were in, into the foyer, and then we were just like, oh, make it stop. And then saw someone on the top of the stairs walk towards the left, but we didn't see who it was just like a shadow. We ran up the stairs, it was like, because we thought someone was there, right? And we were trying to look for someone because we couldn't find anyone while the music was playing. And then we ran past the spa and then saw Pandora. So it wasn't, I don't think it was super long because the whole sequence happened very quickly. Which makes me think maybe Pandora died before the music showed up? I don't know. I expected a bit more keen observations from him, but even Lyle was either stumped or too shocked to speak on the matter. Well, honestly, I didn't even notice the note in the pool, so... Oh, wait, I can click on it. Right, yeah. There's a small scrap of paper in the pool. What's that? Not sure. I carefully fished out the scrap of paper, taking care not to tear it. Oh yeah, it's the note. It was soaked, causing the words to be completely illegible. Oh, it's impossible to read. Yeah, it's ruined. it almost fell apart in my hands. A note, perhaps? However, the writing is impossible to decipher at the moment. But how could this refuse be remotely related to the case at hand? The note seems kind of out of place, though. Remember, the announcement from this morning said that there was a special gift for whoever went to the atrium. That is correct. Is it possible that this note was the supposed special gift? I can't say. However, I noticed the larger ink blots were vaguely in the shape of something I had seen before. I left the shreds of paper on the side of the pool. Is there anything else here I can peek at? I think it was just her in the pool. Okay. Back to talking to people. I admit this is nothing if not shocking to see. The words were unwavering, but Missy's voice was cracked and disjointed. Yeah, I can't believe it actually happened. It's inconceivable. And to Pandora, nonetheless. She held together quite strongly. I'm certain her spirit would not have been crushed by a game constructed by fear. Alas, there's no use thinking in hopeful hypotheticals now that this has occurred. Yeah. I was shaken at how articulate, even on the subject of death, Missy remained. Sei fainted as soon as she entered the spa lounge. Forte was kind enough to situate her in a spare chair off to the side to regain her strength. That was it. Sei is unconscious. Okay, continue. Ooh, okay. After investigating Pandora's body, I felt an exhaustion like none other. Never in my life did I think I would be experiencing something like this. The weight of the shock and melancholy of it all bore heavily on my shoulders. Is there nothing we can do? I wonder, did anyone see it? Did anyone see anything else suspicious on the way over here? We all looked at one another, but no one replied. Everyone was understandably on edge. Of course, no one wanted to talk. It appears we've exhausted all avenues of investigation here. Such a lackluster amount of clues don't bode well for us, or doesn't bode well for us. Yes, but if we've done all we can looking into the scene, there's nothing left but to discover Pandora's killer. Of course, that's easier said than done. I heard Cannon grumbling in the corner. She seemed distressed.
Alright, I think you've given enough leeway to get yourselves together. So, it's time for the class trial.
That was fast.
I hope you have enough ammunition to shoot down the culprit. Ha 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 ha. Get it? Because it's Danganronpa. It was a funny joke. You'd get it if you played the games. Anyway, if not, then I guess you're all out of luck. There's an elevator in the main floor that'll cruise you all down to the special class trial courtroom. If you do not assemble in the elevator quickly, I will send out a radio transmission that will release the toxic gas in your bracelets. You want to find out who did it, right? You don't want to waste your lives to end before you even had a chance to defend yourselves, right? All that and more will be available for your group in the courtroom.
Yeah, it seems rather quick, but like, I guess it's very small in scale. I thought we were gonna be able to go to the other places to look, too. But it is technically a very short Danganronpa game. At least it was described as such.
Let's get a move on. I'll be seeing you shortly.
So I guess most of the other clues come while discussing in the class trial. That announcement went out as quickly as it came.
So, this is really happening.
The group shifted around anxiously. Real testimony you got was from Riz. Yeah, exactly. The other people didn't really talk about stuff. But it was like, it was us who saw Pandora first, and then Cyrus and Cannon showed up right afterwards. But Cyrus and Cannon were not together, right? But we don't know anything from Cannon because she won't talk! Right? And plus there was that added thing about, that we didn't bring up, by the way, of the shadow that we saw that ran towards the left. Which was to the spa, I think. if... I don't know where the map is. Is there a way to check the map? Or... just the roster. Pandora... She's still here! Okay. The group shifted around anxiously.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Ashley took the first strides out of the room, but not without giving Pandora one last somber look from the doorway. Dorothy gently eased Say awake, turning her gaze from the unsightly scene and helping her as she hobbled out. One by one, the others filtered out of the spa lounge. I stood back for a moment to take one last look at Pandora. Kenan was the one who met you with... outside the door. Yes. Yeah, it was those two. Is, the Rizzler guy and photography girl. We all stepped into the large elevator and began the dark descent into the supposed courtroom. Ooh. The elevator sailed noiselessly towards our unknown destination for what felt like an eternity. Silently we stood. No one dared speak. I had a lump in my throat from anxiety, the fear, the sadness. My stomach was knotted, my head dizzy, heart aching, palms sweaty, mom spaghetti. The spa lounge we were meant to investigate came short of any clues. We were only able to procure 2 traces of evidence. One fact of which was already stated simply in the victim report, and the other was a secret note that only few were aware of. Nervous was an understatement. I was at a complete loss. The elevator eventually slid to a standstill, shaking me from my thoughts. Whoa. The doors opened to reveal our rendezvous point. The spacious dome-shaped room was toppled with a glass ceiling, a third of the foundation viewing the sunset sky outside of our confines. The walls themselves were barren and simple, a matte navy blue with a rim light illuminating the room. Ooh. Hanging on the wall across the way was a grim picture frame representing Pandora. Her profile had been cruelly stricken with a violet pink X. Didn't even get to- yeah, right? I thought we were gonna be able to look around for the murder weapon. This is the least prepared I've ever felt in a class trial. Echo is right to be nervous. The picture frame was positioned so that it was looking almost hauntingly over a circular group of podiums. It was a bleak place. To think there was a dedicated location for whatever was about to occur. Just where were we?
Welcome one and all to the trial grounds. The stands before you will be the key locale for today's trial, so let's see some hustle, people!
The announcement was much more imposing than the courtroom, echoing through the dome chamber, each reverberation almost pushing us into place. We steadily settled in and stood in silence. At the stands, we were placed in circular fashion. Our faces, our fears, and our emotions were exposed to one another. The atmosphere, thick with anxiety, was palpable and crushing. I could feel my heavy heart pounding in my head. My palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy, mouth spaghetti. Yet I could feel a dreadful, eerie chill go up to my spine. Kenan strangled at the strap of the camera. Oh! You have a point, yeah. But I feel like Kenan is such an obvious answer that I won't be Kenan. So, right? I tried to be strong, but my knees were weak, arms heavy, mouth spaghetti. Not again! Every single time! My breath's short. We were here because of one unmistakable fact. Someone killed her. Pandora is a spear, the ultimate baker. A gentle and caring person who wanted nothing more than to share her good spirit and delectable treats with the world. Oh! Someone here was responsible for her death. And the only thing that kept me standing firm was the drive to figure out who heartlessly ended her life. Yeah. The light began to flicker weakly from the center of the stands. A center of the circle of stands. Oh, it's the guy from the opening. The flickering gained strength as a shape began to take form within the light. Something like the shape of a person began to appear. Wahaha!
Welcome, one and all.
He has the voice? Oh man. Well, whatever. It stays.
Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the courtroom.
Who are you?
What is that? Who am I? What is that? Answer to those questions don't matter too much. Besides, I thought you ought to have more pressing questions since something super bad has transpired. All you really need to know is that I'm your lovely judge for today's trial. Okay, maybe I'm not a real certified judge or whatever, but I will be the one passing judgment on what happens today, and after each subsequent murder to come. Judge but not really judge is too long and confusing to address me, so you may call me...
Zero. Zero. Okay. I feel like that name's familiar. The hologram of a person named Zero presented itself, giving a face to the voice of our killing game announcer. Oh.
Without further ado, I take it you all know why you're here. Aw, geez, you're a quiet bunch, aren't you? You're all here to suss out who done it. In other words, you're all on trial to figure out who the culprit of today's heinous crime is.
Yeah, I think that's why it's familiar.
Did you think you could just get away with murder and win the prize? Nah, it's not that simple. The rules are as follows. Discuss, discover, and determine who the culprit is among your group. A majority vote will seal the individual's fate, and we'll see what happens from there, yeah? One of a few outcomes will occur. Determine and vote incorrectly, and the entire class is executed, with the culprit alone able to walk free and win the ultimate prize. That's the ideal endgame for the culprit. Determine and vote correctly, and the culprit alone will receive proper retribution and perish at the hands of your group's decision. Whew, you might just live to see another day. Our victim today is Pandora Aspire, the ultimate baker. A sweet young lady who could do nothing wrong, or could she? Well, people can surprise you. Well, so with that out of the way, get to talking.
Who exactly are you?
What? You're still asking that even though I introduced myself all nice? You should have bigger concerns than that. Talk about murder! I can't believe who did it! Isn't your I can't believe who did it isn't your top priority right now. No one wants to talk? Need I remind your lives are kind of on the line? If none of you start talking, you're all default to having lost the trial and you'll all be executed. You don't want that, do you?
Oh my god, we're short as fuck. Executed? What does that mean?
The dictionary definition of execute. To carry out a sentence of death. It's really quite simple. On the other hand, it makes my job easier. I don't have to listen to bad deductions. On the other hand, I'd be terribly bored if this game didn't go past the first chapter. Wahahaha.
Everyone. Zero Kuma. That's a good name. It seems like they have like the black and white split design happening. So it's like sort of Monokuma-ish. So it's Zero Kuma.
Please, we need to discuss who could have possibly done the unthinkable. As trifling or as irrelevant as something may be. If you have any concerns about the case, speak now.
Why are we so short? We're so short. That's not us. 157! We really are short. Okay, sorry. Anyway.
It's scary.
Say, are you okay? Say, please don't push yourself.
Yeah, thank you. If he wants us to talk, I'll talk. I'll talk about how scared I am. I just want to go home. I can't get used to anything around here. I don't know any of you people. And then someone gets killed? Ugh.
Say, I understand it's difficult. But discussing our friend's death is necessary to ensure we won't find a similar fate ourselves. At the very least, we can try to remember our last moments with her. That Zero is right. We don't want to go down without a fight, right? Why don't we begin with Pandora's last known whereabouts? The silence in the room was oppressive. Trial to defend ourselves. Why did I need to defend myself if I know for a fact that I would never kill her? Regardless, no one knew where to start. Well then, I shall begin. Last I saw her, we were sharing a quiet breakfast. I can back that. The group was composed of Art, Echo, Missy, Pandora, and myself, in the dining hall from about 7:40 a.m. to 10 a.m.
After that, we all kind of went our own way. I went around the mansion with Echo to talk to others who weren't at the breakfast. Who did we see again, Echo? Art doesn't recall the people we visited after breakfast. Let's see. We met with, Say, Cannon, Forte, and Lyle. That was a long breakfast. Yeah, actually. Maybe the breakfast... Oh wait, but we also had the announcement happen during breakfast. Maybe that's what's why. It was the announcement and we all had the discussion about the dumb question they asked that I already forgot. Oh wait, it was the are you really your talent? Is your talent you? Blah blah blah. Okay. Oh yeah. Those people were Say, Cannon, Forte, and Lyle, and we asked them about their talents.
That's right. But when we were touring the mansion, we met with those four and no one else.
The only ones we didn't see after breakfast were Pandora and Ashley. I mean, we met with Pandora when we were talking to Cannon, but she didn't stick around long. She said she had somewhere to be and left to go to who knows where.
So there's a period of time in which no one saw Pandora last, is that correct?
That window apparently being somewhere between 10 a.m. to approximately 4 p.m.
Can anyone else provide their whereabouts in that approximate time frame? I was alone in the study for a good portion of the afternoon. I went to the theater at about 2:30 p.m. Oh, you must have left just before I went in. I went to the study at 3 p.m.
I spent my time in my personal room.
I wasn't in one place. I was investigating the mansion.
Until 3, that is.
I met up with Art for a little bit and eventually landed in a jazz club right before floor. I was regaling myself with the amenities in the theater for much of the afternoon.
I was in my room too. After I had a meal with Art and Echo, I went back and didn't leave at all.
I was in the atrium for a while. Looks like no one has a particularly strong alibi except for Art and Echo. They can vouch for each other until 3 p.m.
What does that mean?
It means since many of us were acting on our own for an extended period of time, our whereabouts can be heavily doubted. Anyone could have lied about their activity and instead set up some sort of trap to get rid of Pandora, since no one saw each other.
So we're all suspicious?
It's difficult to narrow down who is potentially suspicious on these claims alone. Let's calm down and think thoroughly. Why don't we move the topic to the fourth motive question? The question, along with the motivation music, was provided to push someone to commit crime. We have to figure out what about the question would have caused such distress.
Fourth motive question.
A small group of us talked about it briefly this morning over breakfast, but ultimately we couldn't figure out the purpose of the question. Why don't we discuss the purpose now that everyone is present? Discussion commence. The purpose of the fourth motive question. The question was, are your talents a true representation of who you are? Or are you beyond your talent? What could it mean? I should pay attention to the statements that might sound interesting. Oh, yo, what the heck?
A question to provoke killing? It makes no sense.
How could a simple question make us do something as extreme as end someone's life?
This morning, we speculated that sharing the history behind our talent would only create a greater bond between us.
Greater bond?
Echo, I believe you led our discussion this morning. You should be well versed in what everyone had to say and the consensus we came to.
That's right. We all shared our thoughts and agreed nothing we said struck anyone as strange. Wait, I didn't mean to click on that. I was just trying to go forward. I'm inclined to agree with that conclusion. It only makes sense after all.
But it's also possible that it's a tactic used to instill distrust in cults' discord.
Okay. Oop. What do you mean by distrust, Ash?
Let's say someone didn't want to talk about their talent, despite the talent being something that's highly lauded. If someone wouldn't want to talk about such an unassuming topic, their resistance should be suspicious, right?
But just because someone's talent is public knowledge, it doesn't necessarily mean the individual's life and practice behind it should be public as well. Ash, you kept your talent unknown to me for whatever reason. Are you saying you want me to believe you're suspicious?
Of course not! How could you even say that?
Did you ask someone about the forced motive question and not get an answer?
No, I just didn't want to bother anyone with such a potentially loaded question. Is my talent a true representation of who I am? I never thought about my talent as a representation of me. It was simply a hobby that spiraled into something incredulous. I never would have thought racing would lead me to end up in such a strange mess.
Sorry to press you so hard, Ash. Art asked me if I knew anything about your talent, and I couldn't properly answer him. That said, I think this conversation eventually proved your point that it could cause discord, that there's contention even between us.
That's alright. I'm sorry if keeping it a secret hurt you, Echo. I didn't mean to tie you up in such complications.
It's not so complicated. You're my friend. If anything hurts, it's the fact that I burden you with this topic.
Well, that's the purpose of discussion, isn't it? To bring ideas and theories to light? And I don't suppose I just performed an example of the question causing such an altercation.
Consent. Right. It's like, obviously you can't do the whole 3D Danganronpa thing in Renpai, but like it's like pretty good for Renpai. But like you're very limited in how much you can copy from the original Danganronpa game mechanics. So I don't know. Consent is important, indeed. It's very important.
Oh, wasn't that something? Best friends reconciling their differences for the sake of proving a point. I suppose every discussion has to start somewhere. Okay, as you were. Right. Thank you for that bookend, Zero. In that case, what if the question posed was meant to make us look at Ultimate Student's talents as an ends justifies the means product? Mean justifies fries or what? The end justifies the means, a saying in which a result is deemed so important that any method, morally good or bad, may be used to achieve it. In this case, I believe what Echo is saying is regardless of how someone achieves such advanced talent, or what the person is like behind it, is meaningless in the grand scheme of having an ultimate title. After all, didn't we all sign up for the Preservation Talent Project, knowing full well that we needed to bear an ultimate title?
No rhythm game! An ultimate title. A precariously valuable title someone receives for super excelling in their field of expertise.
But what does this possibly have to do with Pandora being killed? There's no way anyone was, like, jealous of her talent or something, was there? We were all strangers before meeting up in this scary place anyway.
Thonking.
I fully want to believe. I want to believe we all got along well with her. We all got along with each other, in fact. Without the killing game pressure, I don't see how anyone could possibly harbor any ill will. Nah, someone's gotta hate her.
What?
What? I'm bored. You aren't talking about anything interesting, so I thought I'd throw you all a bone to get the ball rolling a little faster. Not a single person is going to be loved by everyone. It's just not possible. How could you say that? She did nothing but show kindness and warmth towards everyone.
Nora has only ever wanted to share good food and with good friends. Yeah, she always worked tirelessly to bring us together with her delicacies.
Blah. Oh, good show, everyone. Huh? You're all such great actors. I guess it's been fun watching, but the discussion isn't really going anywhere. Oh ho ho!
Yeah, the Monokuma song. The entire soundtrack is just...
I'll just put an end to this show. This case, this trial, it's all an elaborate ARG scheme.
Lyle?
It's all an act. The reason why there's so few clues? It's just a way to save resources. Imagine if folks setting up the game had to use a bunch of fake blood to create the scene. Though I suppose for the sake of entertainment, such systems exist to waste resources. Lyle, what are you talking about? Pandora isn't dead. She can't be. Nothing adds up. But I suppose if you want me to keep playing, I'll say this. Let's think about who was on the scene first. If I recall correctly, it was Echo, wasn't it?
Yeah. I saw Pandora's body first, then I called for help, which made Cyrus and Cannon arrive shortly after.
Okay, easy. The culprit is one of you three.
What? On what grounds do you think you can speculate that?
Pandora's supposed time of death was 4:05, right? I'll set the scene. We were just minding our own business in the mansion, not knowing what's to come. Soon, some nasty music starts playing. One of you three starts getting stressed out, so you strangle the first person you see. How else would we narrow down the culprit? It has to be someone who was near the scene after 4 p.m., and that person couldn't have gotten far after escaping the crime scene. In my opinion, a motivation to kill a la stress, the music is kind of a shoddy writing, but at least there was an attempt.
Lyle keeps going on about the killing game being an ARG, but her death seems so real.
Huh? Wait, does that mean everyone's alibis from earlier don't amount to anything? Bingo. I believe you all discussed your whereabouts up to approximately 3 p.m. latest, but no one said anything from then to 4 p.m. when the music started. The critical moment is to consider the time just before the murder occurred, obviously. If someone offed Pandora via acute strangulation and made their getaway, it's not likely the culprit would have gotten far from then and when Echo supposedly discovered the body. So with the window of action narrowed down to between 4 and 4:05, does anyone care to share their newly updated whereabouts?
Now that he says this, actually, there was a thing when at 4 p.m. the announcement, it was like, oh, it's 4 p.m. and no one has died yet, which means it did probably happen after the music started playing. Huh. Where were we all in the approximate time around 4 p.m. leading up to the motivational music? If we follow through with Lyle's speculation, we might glean some information that will help us. After hanging out with Lyle, I went to the atrium. The music was blasting in there. Yeah. Did you run to the atrium when the music started playing? No, I was around. Sorry. I was already around that area after hanging out with Lyle. Why would I go to a giant room that echoes to avoid the horrible music? Okay, so... Wait, what did he say? Did you run to the music? Okay. Okay. No, he was in the atrium when the music started. Okay. It would be nice to have the map again, because I don't remember exactly where all the locations are. Never mind. I don't know if I can find it at all. Because I don't want to Google anything too rashly in case of spoilers, so... But I know the atrium was towards the left. But I don't remember where the spa, jazz, and climbing room were in relation to like the staircase, you know? The map for the game. Yeah. On the itch page, there is a map. There is like the map, but it's only the first floor. So pensive pain. I mean, I'm sure like once I need it again, it'll show up. The next time I see it, I'll take a screenshot. Okay. Actually, wait. I know how to get the map. I know how to get the map. Actually, I don't know where I saved. Wait, is there a skip button? Oh, there is a fast forward. Oh wait, this is really back. Wait, no, I said the wrong thing. Trust, I got it. I got it. I got it. I can run through. I can run through. I'll get there. Okay. Fast forward. Oh my god. Hello? There were sticks there. Okay, here we are. Okay. Screenshot. Nice. Let me get the other one too. Actually, the other one is on the itch.io page, so it's fine. I got it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a save here too, just in case. Modern problems require modern solutions. So, atrium is here. So basically, we were in the study, we ran out to the foyer. The music was playing, we were like, oh my god! And then on the staircase up here, we saw like a shadow over here, and it moved this way, I think. So, oh wait, I'm gesturing, but you can't see. Hang on. But yeah, that's not it. Filters. No, not filters. Property. Yes. Okay, now you can see. Yes, this cursor. So, we were in a study, and then we were like, oh my god, the music! Okay, and then up here, and on the staircase, there's a shadow, and it ran this way, which means it ran from up here over here, because we ran towards the shadow, and we found the spa lounge, where she was, right? So, I see. Okay, and the jazz club is over here. Okay. That's what I was confused, because I knew the atrium was on the left, and the spa lounge was, but I forgot where the climbing and jazz club were. Okay, anyway. Load game. Now that we have the information in our brain. Okay. Okay, so art was in the atrium, so that's on the left. Missy joined me in the theater after the music started. So you can- oh, that's me. So you can vouch for each other, right? Yes, because Missy had an idea that required my assistance.
I thought Forte and I could go backstage and control the sound system, but our attempts were futile. I was in my room still, hiding under the covers. I told you, I was in the foyer leading up to the music. It was noisy, sure, but nothing I couldn't deal with.
I was in...
What? I was in the jazz club.
I told Echo earlier as well. I was in the climbing center and saw no one suspicious start past the open door.
Like I say, I was in my room too.
Where were we all in approximate time from 4 p.m. leaving to the foyer? Oh wait, I have to check all the things, I forgot. Also, Cannon said they were in the foyer, but we ran into the foyer and she was not there. So... weird. Okay. Anyway. I was in the jazz club. Wait a minute, Lyle. I know for a fact that the jazz club is soundproof.
That's right.
When I attempted to play the cello yesterday, you and Cyrus were just outside the jazz club in the hallway. Neither of you seemed to have any reaction when we came out shortly after. That means it's possible that Lyle is exempt from hearing the motivational music.
Does it?
I suppose you're onto something. I admit, I don't even know what the motivational music sounds like, but... Confluence? Canon sounding sussy, yeah. But nothing. That's an awfully precarious situation you put yourself in, Lyle.
Sure, it's odd, but what's stranger is how did Kyle...
What? Kyle?
What's stranger is how did Lyle know about the motivational music if he's never heard it?
The kiosk.
The kiosks. Remember? They translate sound to text, but this time I saw only a message. It said something like, preserving the atmosphere of the room.
Oh. Wait, that means I missed fluff text. No.
0. What's up? You're the judge of this trial, but you are also the announcement operator outside of these walls. I assume you can assist us with something clerical like this. Can you tell us what the kiosk message said in specific? Your current room is a special room that blocks all outside sound to preserve the atmosphere of the room. Please enjoy to your heart's content. I didn't write that, by the way.
So you're saying we could have avoided the noise entirely?
Isn't that too convenient? Wait a minute, in that case, what if Lyle's the one who killed Pandora?
What? Didn't I just say that it was the music that could have provoked someone to kill her? I was in a jazz club. I didn't even hear the music, therefore I wouldn't have felt the motivation to move.
No, you could have killed her in the jazz club and moved her body to the spa lounge.
No. What are you talking about? Or... no. That would explain the lack of clues in the spa lounge.
This is troublesome. Did any of us investigate the jazz club afterwards?
No, we just went in one room, we talked for a bit, and we left. That's why we're so unprepared. Okay. No, I was so shocked from seeing the body that I didn't even think about looking elsewhere. Big chunk. Right.
I think we were all just astonished as soon as we heard the body's discovery chime.
So perhaps Lyle counted on the fact. And did in fact kill her in the jazz club. But he didn't have an alibi for a large portion of the afternoon anyway. Saying something like scouring the mansion for clues, he could have spent the whole day unsupervised plotting a terrible thing that ended Pandora's life. Hey, haven't you heard the phrase extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? In this world, evidence is everything.
Well, it's not out of the question. After all, the ultimate puzzle master could have set up something elaborate. So elaborate that the answer to this murder puzzle goes right over our head.
Yeah. That can't be possible. I was in the climbing center, which is between the spa lounge and the jazz club. If Lyle committed a crime in the jazz lounge, I would have been plainly witness to the chains of seeing. You could very well have constructed that alibi to assist Lyle with his dark activity. Then why on earth would I lie about such a thing?
Settle down! Killing at each other with hypotheticals isn't getting us anywhere. Agreed. If we sway in Forte's worries, let's tackle this initial theory and go from there.
Sei and Forte are wrapped up in the possibility of Lyle killing Pandora in the jazz club. Is it worth discussing? No. Sei, Forte, please calm down. There's no way Lyle could have killed her and then moved her body.
What?
That's because someone would have seen him do that. Yes, I would have seen Lyle move the body if that was the case. Oh, see, look, there's the map! But remember, I left the climbing center's door open. Climbing center's door open. The climbing center is located between the spa lounge and jazz club. By the recorded time of killing, the music would have been playing, and by then I was no longer climbing, not with that din distracting me. Alright, perhaps I accept your admission as truth. Was climbing he'd be able to... Right, yeah. Like, latency. You'll figure it out. Seeing as the plausibility of Lyle moving the body is unfounded, where do we stand now?
Oh my stars, you're all so bad at this.
What?
I'll tell you all for certain that nothing happened in the jazz club. Huh? And I'm telling you this because you're all just awful at this whole trial thing.
Huh?
Jeez, I guess this is what happens when there's no ultimate detective around, huh? And your ultimate photographer is so quiet, she's all but drops dead at this point. If she dropped dead, you'd have to go through another trial, and I don't think I'd have the patience to watch you run in circles at this rate. Alright, since this is clearly going nowhere, allow me to throw you a bone. There's something strange about that note in the spa pool, don't you think? Lyle very conveniently managed to redirect the conversation from the piece of evidence on the scene. I'll let you all think for yourselves.
No. The note must have something to do with Pandora's murder, but what? I'm certain Art and Lyle know something about it, since Lyle brought it up with us, but...
Hello? What's with all the dead air? Don't want to talk anymore? You don't want everyone to die without giving the trial your best shot, do you? Like, are any of you trying to save yourselves? Maybe I should stop giving you these opportunities.
Ellipses. The courtroom fell silent. It seems we all neglected the gravity of the situation. Or rather, we were avoiding it. It's just, nothing felt real. Pandora's death, her body hardly showed any signs of injury. It was like she was asleep. It's as if we all wanted to forget the reality of the topic at hand, which was that someone had killed our friend. We kept dodging and darting around the main issue.
Yes, as painful as it is, we must discuss the murder. It may seem hopeless at the moment, since we don't have much information to work with, but those will reveal themselves as we bring about certain topics to light. So don't hold your tongue. We must do this to save ourselves. Then, I'll start with our cause of death. From there, it'll probably be easier to reason out potential culprits. According to the Monokuma file, it was strangulation.
Can we identify what she was strangled with?
We ought to touch upon the possibilities. It may be difficult to think about, but no one said such a fight would be easy.
Just what was Pandora strangled with? Is there something we're missing?
I was thinking it may have been rope from the climbing center.
Yeah, we could have, like, checked.
Rope seems to be a common tool in things like this.
Yeah, but Cyrus said he didn't see anyone near the climbing center. I don't recall seeing any rope left in the spa lounge.
The culprit could have retrieved it far in advance and disposed of it after the fact, though.
I guess, but why not dispose of the suspicious note as well? It was left in such a conspicuous place. Isn't that strange?
Oh, huh. Well, as long as we're able to eliminate options, it'll get us a little closer to the truth, right?
Okay.
It's horrifying to think about, but perhaps the culprit used her own hands.
Not the hand.
I can't bear the thought of someone using their bare hands to do this. It's too cruel.
Wait, Missy. If you think about it though, if someone was grasping so tight, don't you think there would be fingernail marks dug into the skin?
Ugh. I yield that you would be right. There weren't any signs of such brutality.
I wouldn't easily forget something as violent as nails being dug into the skin. If that helps clarify the possibility.
I suppose. I'm relieved to hear that.
Yeah, actually though, Zero was like, yeah, like investigation time, and then it was just like barely anything, and then it's like trial time. What? Zero got too excited about the trial. He just wanted to get right into it, not realizing that preparation is very important.
Let us narrow down
our thoughts and eliminate things that would be unlikely. We ought to think about what in the spa lounge could be used. What in the spa lounge could be used? If we consider the following. Climbing Center and Jazz Club were occupied by one person each. Neither of the occupants saw anyone else during their stay. And the killing occurred soon after the 4 PM music, so it's likely the culprit could have only used whatever was available on location. What, if anything, could be used? Think. What is the murder weapon? What? Hair tie? Towel? Towel? No. Don't do this to me. A towel can't strangle someone. Could it be... a towel? A towel? A towel? A towel? Echo, are you onto something? I think so. You brought up a good line of thought that made me rethink the scenario. I recall seeing something that might answer our question. Consent! Today it can. I believe the towel may have used a culprit to strangle. I believe the culprit may have used a towel to strangle her. It's an unassuming object, isn't it? Of course it's going to be towels at the spa lounge. So the culprit took advantage of the location and utilized the tools available. The tool being the very towel she was resting her head on.
Then they must have strangled her by wrapping the towel around her neck and pulling until she stopped struggling.
Till she stopped struggling and breathing altogether. It would explain the lack of fingernails dug in, as well as explain why I didn't see anyone near the climbing center in the event rope was used.
It might just be conjecture, but it's the best thing we have so far.
Come on, man. You've tried to make rope from a towel before. You know that shit is thick as hell. You can't... What? Okay. Maybe it's fine. But there's something bothering me, if I may. What I don't get is, why was Pandora seemingly so relaxed in the spa? She was reclined and there weren't any signs of a struggle in the whole room. There must have been the obnoxious music playing in the spa too, so I doubt she would have stayed.
That's strange indeed.
I certainly couldn't concentrate on the climbing grips once it started. Sentient towel.
That music was so annoying. I didn't know it was playing until I was outside. More importantly, Echo, did you bonk your head or something? The spa lounge is soundproof.
Huh? What? Really? There are too many soundproof things in this building. Well, I guess that makes sense since they threw the door open upon entering. Hang on, what? The lounge is soundproof?
Oh, whoops, is that not common knowledge?
Hold it.
Explain yourself.
Does that have relevance to the trial? If the spa lounge is soundproof.
And the motivational music was playing throughout the rest of the mansion.
Whoever in the spa lounge with Pandora must not have been aware of the music.
Zero, I noticed in your kiosk message, you didn't specify which room was soundproof.
Hello! God damn it.
It simply said your current room is a special room. Is that correct?
I said I didn't write that.
Yeah, I guess I did say that. Fine. Yes. All second floor rooms are soundproof. Happy?
All second floor rooms? In that case, wouldn't Pandora have been completely relaxed and unaware of the motivational music when it started at 4 p.m.?
Wait, that's right.
Well, not the atrium, but it's more of a giant hall than a room. No closed doors or anything, you know?
I wasn't aware. I left the climbing center's door open during my stay.
So it's not just a jazz club. We probably assumed the jazz club alone was soundproof because people perform in there. Now that it has been revealed that Pandora was willingly in the spa lounge, relaxed and completely unaware of the music, presumably far before it started playing in the first place. And even when it did begin, she would have been undisturbed by it due to the soundproof quality of the spa lounge.
Just a minute. That means the motivational music had nothing to do with provoking someone to kill her.
What?
Echo?
You have an idea of what provoked the person, don't you?
I do?
You had this look on your face since this afternoon. It's a note, isn't it? You've seen it before. In fact, you saw it before I brought it up with you in art. Finally talking about the note.
Their voices sound too similar. I don't know what to do. Oh well. Yes, I've seen it before. Pandora herself showed it to me last night.
Pandora? But how did she see it? Lyle said it was the announcement's special gift from this morning. Ah, I lied about that. There is no special gift. If someone did show up, I was just gonna call them a chump personally.
That was the special gift. If you show up, I get to call you a chump.
I'm actually also perplexed as to where that came from. Although, maybe I shouldn't complain. The note has made things very interesting.
What is this note you're all talking about? Remember that scrap of paper we saw in the spa pool? Yes, it was soaked beyond legibility. That's the note we're talking about. Namely, a note to be kept in secrecy. Note. I remember it said, if you recognize one of the symbols depicted, then you have finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of this note's existence. Trust no one but yourself. It had 2 emblems on it, as the note references, and I saw one of those emblems on that shred of wet paper in the spa pool. Lyle lied about a thing? Lyle said... Did he lie about a thing? I mean, he didn't lie. He just didn't tell us the whole thing, the whole truth.
Pandora was in possession of such a dangerous, suspicious thing. The culprit must have saw that she had the note on hand and threw it in the pool to soak and destroy it. They were probably afraid of the ramifications of protecting the recipient and what effect it could have on the rest of us in the killing game.
They probably thought that whoever is in possession of the note must be linked up to the game itself. Then wouldn't the culprit be one of the few who knew the note's existence? That's right. She reacted when Zero first mentioned it. Say, you reacted when Zero mentioned the note earlier. Have you seen the note before?
I have never seen it.
I see.
But how could that be? Lyle said he saw Sane go into the pantry, and after she left, he saw the note. Before this trial, the only ones who could have seen it were Say, Lyle, Echo, and me, right? If the Atrium special gift was a lie, then what's with the secret note being in the pantry earlier this afternoon?
Wouldn't it just be like Pandora just like left it there? Right? Maybe it was Zero who said it? Oh, I don't know. Like, because like if it's in the pantry, Pandora is a baker, so she went to the kitchen and just left it there. I don't know. I imagine Pandora herself must have left it there, seeing as she was utilizing the ingredients from the pantry to make breakfast this morning.
She just left it there? Then why is there a similar note in the spa's pool? She couldn't have left it out of her possession if it's supposedly a note to be kept in secrecy.
Oh, wait a minute. Then are there 2 notes? But we still don't know where those notes came from in the first place. Yeah, right?
Ah, none of these random details are making any sense. I'm also having a hard time spinning out relevant information.
Yeah, maybe if we got more than 3 minutes to investigate, we would have found out about more stuff.
Indeed, it's becoming difficult to define what is truth, and what happened when, and why things are the way they are.
Can't we try to lay down a timeline of events? That could clear our heads and straighten things out, if anything. A timeline of events. Yes, I think that could help. I noticed a handful of discrepancies that could use cleaning up. Ooh, it's thonking time. We don't have a rhythm game or the letters, but it's definitely thonking time.
Perhaps I ought to take the events back to last night, when Pandora showed me the secret note. The note seems to be the biggest complication. Pandora pulled me aside to show the secret note at, I don't know, 9 p.m.? No, the light started to dim during our conversation. Light dimming indicates night time. And? Okay, that's it. Yes, it was 10 p.m. I remember clearly, I never made a mistake. I remember the light started to dim during our conversation, indicating the start of nighttime. The following morning, which was earlier today, we can assume Pandora must have been up earlier than everyone else and began preparing breakfast for us. A small group of us had breakfast and conversed about the force motive questions, which ran at 7:30? Or no, 9 a.m. Okay. Yeah! The force motive question announcement ran at 9 a.m. We briefly touched on the topic, but ultimately didn't feel any motivation to conduct any killing, likely to the shurin of the announcer. Whatever that means. Afterwards, I had planned to go back to my room, but Art stopped me and we went around asking the other students about the question. We were occupied with asking until around 3? Yes, that's it. But before 3, Art and I ran into Lyle as he was going to his room. We talked to him for a little bit about the question, but he had little to say about the matter. During our conversation, he brought to our attention the secret note, the same secret note Pandora had the night before. Lyle claimed that someone had left a note in the pantry. That's right. The person who was last in the pantry before him was... Sei? That's it. Lyle claims he saw Sei scurry from the second floor atrium to the pantry and back out again. After Lyle showed us the disarmed door and the secret note, Art and Lyle went off on their own and I went to the study at 3 p.m. While I was in the study, another announcement rang and started playing some sort of jarring motivational music that once again attempted to start the killing. The motivation music began at 4. That's right. I recall the announcer saying the time. I ran out of the study in a panic, trying to find any of the other students. From the atrium, I saw a shadowy figure at the top of the stairs. I followed them, but lost track of them, which led me to discover Pandora's body. Thonking over. If only I was able to keep up with the shadowy figure, perhaps this trial would have been over sooner. But it's strange, I didn't seem to add up anything. I couldn't seem to add anything up despite how much we knew. Or rather, perhaps there was some other foreseen force factored in that contributed to Pandora getting killed. There had to be something missing. I felt an uneasy anticipation tugging at me, something willing me to continue the pursuit of whatever force caused this mess. I had to try. Uncovering the truth was more difficult than I thought, but Pandora would tell me not to give up. I had to try to narrow down where the strange factor's weak point was. I thought about the scenario from the starting point of when the note was revealed, since it was a topic of contention. Perhaps I ought to think backwards from Pandora's death to see if there are any holes. Ooh, more thonking! Let's go! Pandora was killed in the spa lounge. Yes. Pandora was killed in the spa lounge. Yes, there weren't any signs of her body being moved. But before she was killed, what was Pandora's speculated state in the spa lounge? Relaxed. She was relaxed! We're able to assume she was relaxed in the spa lounge because the lounge is soundproof. Soundproof, she never heard the music. We learned that the spa lounge has soundproof qualities. If Pandora was in there with the door closed, she would likely not have been disturbed. More new thonk music, yes.
Wait a minute. When I first entered the spa lounge, I was initially under the impression that there was more motivational music playing within. Little did I know, it was only playing because I had thrown the door open, ruining the soundproof quality of the room. However, someone noted that they were unaware of the music until they moved from one area to the next. The fact is that the climbing center and jazz club were already occupied, and neither Cyrus nor Lyle claimed they were with company. This person could have left the only remaining room that shared the soundproof quality of the other two. This person could have left the only remaining room that shared the soundproof quality of... Why was Pandora seemingly so relaxed in the spa? She was reclined, and there weren't any signs of a struggle in the whole room. There must have been the obnoxious music playing in the spa too, so I doubt she would have stayed. Strange indeed. Oh, this is a flashback, okay. Strange indeed, I certainly couldn't concentrate on the climbing grips when it started.
That music was so annoying, I didn't know it was playing until I was outside.
Oh.
More importantly, I felt did you bonk your head?
Oh wait, no, I gave him the wrong voice. But yeah, Art said it. Here it is. Who was behind the spa lounge and the motivational music discrepancy? Art. But Art said he was in the atrium. Yeah. By making a remark of the change between locations, the culprit could have only been in the spa lounge before the motivational music. By that logic, the culprit must have shared the room with the victim. Oh, I see you're taunting. Art must have been in the spa lounge with Pandora before she died. Everyone, I just came to a momentous conclusion. Also, I think the shadowy figure that we saw was probably Canon. Because Canon said that she was in the foyer when the music started, but we were in the library, right? So she probably ran out of the foyer once the music started, and then left when we came into the foyer, which is why we didn't see her, and then we saw like a shadow upstairs, which is maybe where Canon was, right? Oh wait, what if she went upstairs and then saw Art leaving the room? Okay. Many dots? I think I have the full picture.
Oh, what's with you? You were totally spaced out for a second. You know, the whole world is spinning around you and you had this cool music playing.
Be quiet, you.
Oh, yes ma'am.
Echo, was there something we were missing? Chasing Art? But then why wouldn't she mention it? Yeah. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure she has reasons for being nervous about mentioning stuff. Yeah. But, yeah, she definitely would have saw him come out then.
Is there something we were missing?
Yeah, I think something might have slipped right under us. We've been looking at this under the guise that the motivational music had everything to do with the murder. However, there is a discrepancy in that thinking. Pandora was never exposed to it, yet she wound up victim to the effects of it. As we discussed and discovered, all second-floor rooms are soundproof from outside noise when the door is closed. Case in point, Cyrus leaving the climbing center doors open and Lyle undisturbed in the jazz club. But then I noticed someone said something strange. They mentioned they weren't aware of the music either, that is, until they exited a presumably soundproof room. Neither Cyrus nor Lyle ever encountered anyone during their stay. So, by process of elimination, the only room this person could have exited would be the spa lounge. I don't know if anyone else picked up on it, but I think I know who the culprit is. Art, did you kill Pandora?
Art?
What? Hang on.
But that can't be...
Please yield. Echo, this thought of yours, it's awfully bold for you to point the finger at someone so conclusively.
Massive coincidence of timing. Yeah, it's either it's true, or... I don't know, actually. Because he did say he was in the atrium, right? So he's pretty cornered in there on the left side of the second floor. So I believe Echo's line of reasoning, like, it does make the most sense. Like, he could step out of the spa lounge and then end up in the atrium. But like, it's either that Echo is right, or Art was in the spa lounge, but he didn't kill Pandora. Which, I don't know. because Echo's reasoning does make sense. Like, he had to have been in the spa lounge if he wasn't already outside when the music started. Softly Bovary, okay. Well, it's only shred of an idea, but it's the only piece that fits. If we put the timeline together, beginning from when Art and I separated at 3 p.m., it's not unreasonable to assume that this crime was conducted during a smaller window after Art and Lyle separated, and before the motivational music. It's been stated several times that— What? Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's completely it, because it feels incomplete, but yeah. It's been stated several times that Lyle was by himself in the jazz club, so given the circumstance— What? 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 Lyle, what? Okay, it's been stated several times that Lyle was by himself in the jazz club, so given the circumstance—
You're all just gonna sit and listen to that tiny, impossible statement? Art, say something. Don't let them tell you what's what. It's nonsense. What? What? In fact, he was with me in the jazz club until 4 p.m. Yeah, isn't that right?
Lyle, you must know that we are beyond the veil of smoke and mirrors at this point. What?
What are you implying?
It's too late, far too late for you to defend him. If you two were together, it would have been mentioned ages ago. The shadow I saw at the top of the stairs.
It must have been Art fleeing the spa lounge towards the atrium.
What? Yeah, I was confused why Lyle was piping in when we were saying something that he had agreed with before. But no, he was just trying to defend Art. Okay.
Fleeing the spa lounge towards the atrium.
But that's the thing, if Art was fleeing in spa lounge towards the atrium, we would not have seen him from from the foyer. Because it's not an invisible sight for the staircase. Whatever.
He must have not have known there was distressing music playing outside the spa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let slip that he noticed a shift in music when leaving the spa after the fact.
Ugh. Oh, please, think about the events in your head. As much as I hate to admit it, there's only one answer I can think of. Even though this is all speculative, and I want nothing more than to not believe it, not to believe it. This is the only ammunition we have.
Alright, we're your friends, aren't we? Please, if we're wrong, just tell us we're wrong. If this is all untrue, you can put this debacle behind us.
Canon knew all along and didn't say anything. Yeah, yeah, that's what I feel like is gonna happen, is that Canon knew that it was Art, but didn't say anything. Because Canon also had to be on the second floor, and outside the spa lounge, since she arrived there first, after we screamed.
Echo, do you remember what I told you when you first asked about the force motive question?
Yeah? I recall you said you liked playing golf, but you haven't expanded your interest outside golfing.
Yeah. It's because they would never let me. It's a terrible existence, being the ultimate golfer for them. All day I'd stand around in the sun, listening to jerks pitch false interest and crummy business ideas to each other. I'm not playing golf. I'm just there to look good while the suits are off playing corporate deception and back scratching. They made me hate golf. So that motive question, it made me think about what I was doing. I wasn't having fun anymore, you know? Even though I'm great at it. I'm the ultimate golfer. Even if that's the case, I didn't feel like me anymore. It's weird. I've had more fun here, hanging out with everyone, not indulging in my talent, even though it's the thing that landed me here in the first place. I kept thinking about that. I kept thinking about the FMQ, about how I hate this part of me that blessed me with an opportunity to hang out with you all fun people.
Before I knew it, I wandered into the spa lounge for some peace and quiet. I thought no one was in there. But Pandora was there, quiet as a mouse. I didn't even notice her until I sat right next to her. She was so nice.
What? Really? It feels like a bit of a... Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Art. Care to join me?
Sure thing.
Are you alright? I didn't scare you, did I?
Oh, no, I just didn't notice when you came in. You know how it is. Ed is somewhere else and all.
I see. Art, may I ask something?
What's up?
I believe I heard about you influencing a merger between you and Lyle's school, am I right?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
That's such an amazing accomplishment. I can only wish to achieve something half as grand as that.
Oh, it's nothing. I hardly remember.
If you insist, it's nothing to sneeze at either. I'm sure the students of both schools have benefited greatly from that feat.
Yeah, probably, but I wouldn't know. I only went to school for a year before I pulled out to focus on golfing. I have a private tutor to cover the difference.
Oh, that's quite a generous offer. I hope you can use your talents and position to help more people.
I don't know if that's big of a deal.
I have faith in you, Art. In fact, I believe all of us have the ability to induce beneficial change like that if we were given the opportunity. Ultimate students, we have the power of passion and influence in our hands, just like them. I hope we all use it for the good of the future. I know we will.
Yes.
Yes, at last. I finally found them.
I didn't know what to say. Power of passion? Influencing change isn't as rosy as she chalks it up to be. The only thing that my talent had ever got me was trapped. I used to golf all the time with my grandfather before he passed away. After that, I was taken in by some company who would take care of me, 3 square meals and a comfortable place to live. I always played perfect games, perfect but boring, day in and day out. It was the same thing. I thought I was there to show my skill, but every game was just an outside business conference. Eventually, I honed my skills enough to hit a hole-in-one no matter what. I played short games no one would even care to watch. But I ace it and they love it. I whiff it and they eat it up. At that point, they didn't care what I did. Using my talent for the good of the future? What about my future? I didn't want to stay with that group for the rest of my life. I thought escaping to the preservation project would finally free me from that imprisonment. But everything's all messed up. When Pandora closed her eyes, I felt a burning. See, Shepsy found them. Who is she talking about? It's obvious, right? I didn't know what to say. I just took the note she had and threw it in the pool. I wanted to go away. Then everything happened in slow motion. It was like my body had moved on its own. My head was ringing, my hands narrowed onto the towel on her shoulders, and everything was red. It was like there was a fire in my head. When I heard her gasp, my arms were tense, and eventually... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lyle. I was just trying to have fun with you earlier. Huh? My good-for-nothing talent made me despise golf. I've never had fun with it since people discovered they could use me for their business deals. Running around with you, figuring out a big puzzle was the most genuine fun I've had in a while. But thanks, Lyle. What the... No way, no way. This isn't real. You're just part of the fake game, right? You didn't kill anyone. You're an actor. Tell me you're an actor, and that the whole story was a fake. Art, tell me this isn't real. It was miserable. Like all of us, Lyle was struggling to come to terms with the fact that Art, of all people... Lyle...
Is this the truth? We have a shred of evidence to go with the confession. I don't know if I can point out the culprit based on such little proof. But Missy, you want to keep discussing even after his piteous confession? I'm able to have my doubts, am I not? I can't accept it. And I'm sure the rest of you are also having trouble just the same. Doubting is the only thing keeping me from fully realizing the weight of a lofty, impossible to swallow truth. If I can doubt, I can still cling to the possibility of Art not committing such a horrible crime.
Missy, you're deluding yourself with a false hope. Just like the unfortunately misguided Lyle. Such thinking is unsustainable.
There's no need for doubt. Canon? I have definite proof.
Candid! It was small, but it was unmistakable. Art was seated at the base of the atrium centerpiece globe, with his head in his hands. The photo looked to be shot from the second floor entryway. That means the shadowy figure I saw was
Me, following Art as he fled from the spa lounge.
Huh?
I was in the foyer, remember? So when I saw Art emerge from the spa lounge, I went to tail him, following him as far as the entrance to the atrium. Then I heard you shout for help. I did an about face. Little did I know, I would stumble upon the very thing he was running from.
Yup.
What the heck is this? Canon Share is a weird photographer. So, does that settle your doubt, Missy?
But why wait to reveal such damning evidence?
You think I want his blood on my hands? If I presented this photograph, we know the culprit for certain, thanks to me. Because I'm always unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the right time. I don't want to bear that weight on my conscience. I know it's selfish, but take it or leave it. Then, I suppose it's settled. If we can agree this is unquestionably the truth, there's no room for doubt.
Okay. I can't say that I saw it was art, but like it only made sense in terms of art, like arts or blah 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 blah. Basically how Echo was breaking it down earlier, and it was like, oh, Echo art, like said he went outside, blah blah blah, right? And then I was like, okay, yeah, it's probably art. This makes the most sense, but like, yeah, the murder music was just a giant coincidence. But I couldn't see like art having a motive. I mean, they explained the whole thing, right? And so I guess that's the sort of theming that's happening, where it's like you're killing someone not because I want to get out or I want the prize or I want whatever. It's because of like envy and jealousy. Something like that. It's happening. It was like what Echo was feeling too. Like he was like, or they were like, oh man, all these ultimate students and I feel so normal and like I don't deserve to belong here, right? So like with art, it was like, oh man, Pandora, who had everything that he didn't, resulted in him being dangerously upset at her. Right? And like, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but I don't know. Usually in my head, in that sort of scenario, if I was like, man, I really don't like this person because they are everything that I'm not, right? Killing would not be my first idea, but like, like you can dislike a person and be like, yeah, they're like they're like the exact opposite of me, but like we can still exist in the same world together. To go with the sadness jelly. No! Yeah. It was also like um yeah, the jump to killing felt like a lot like a big jump. Um in addition to that, it was also like the sudden reason motive behind killing being explained. And I'm not saying like the motive was bad. Like it's a fine motive. Like I would believe it if you were under the right circumstances. The jump to killing was a bit much, but the motive to him not liking Pandora made sense, right? But like there was no like sort of maybe there was, and I just overlooked it because I can't read. But there was no like very apparent foreshadowing to me that Art had like I don't know. Not like a dislike of his ultimate ability, but like yeah, actually no, kind of like that. But the no signs of a struggle. Well, um well there wasn't really a struggle because Pandora was practically asleep, right? And then Art did the thing, right? So she had her eyes closed the whole time until he pulled hard enough. She maybe woke up for a sec. I don't know. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't know, man. But yeah. Maybe like if there was something like if Art talked more about like having to perform for what was it? Like businessmen? See, like then I would have been a bit more attentive to like, oh, then that's his motive. Wow. Yeah, I didn't really notice Art. Yeah, I thought, okay, this is my fault a little bit, but I was like, yeah, Art's just like a Genki 2D character. I'm like, oh man, he's a little stupid, but we love him for that. Like that was my like initial impression and it just stuck. And but like there was that one moment where I was like, because he was like trying to climb the climbing wall, and then after like attempting a little bit, and then like it didn't really work out. He was like, Psh, I'm gonna do something else, you know. I thought that he was like talented at everything, or no, he was only talented at golfing, and then just kind of sucked at everything else, but also did not give anything else a try. And I thought that was his problem that was happening, but it was not quite. Yeah. Hmm. Man, huh? I think yeah. But basically, my critique is that the jumping to killing was a bit of a big jump, but the shrugging emoji.
It seems you've all come to a consensus. In that case, it's voting time. Wow. This is the final phase of the class trial. Vote for who you think is the culprit. After all that jabbering, you better have a solid answer. Don't let any of that sentimental doubt or faith or whatever keep you from saving yourselves. It's voting time!
Voting time. Wow. Oh wait, I actually can't vote anyone else except for Art. Only Art lights up on the screen. Okay. Oh, gee, I wonder who it is. Oh? Oh, it's like a gambling. I don't know what it's called. Red and blacks. Guilty. Oh, surprisingly animated. Clapping. This reminds me of the guy from uh um Phoenix Rise from the Ashes. Okay. Damon Gant. Oh my god. Okay.
And we have a winner! The culprit responsible for the murder of Pandora Esper is none other than the ultimate golfer, Artuno Campopiano. You have a weird ass name, man. Ugh, took long enough. Let's try to do better next time, alright?
If this was Danganronpa, you'd get a D minus. Okay.
But for now, it's time for the grand finale. You've reached your exciting destination at the end of your first class trial. The destination being
Punishment time! Whoa! Woo. Class trial adjourned.
Punishment type? Well, yeah. An eye for an eye, right? He was caught, too bad. Recap rule number 5. To expedite the process towards the ultimate prize, one must kill a fellow student without getting caught. Oh, but what happens when they do get caught? Recap trial rules. Determine and vote correctly, and the trial allowed will receive proper retribution and perish at the hands for your group decision. It's bizarre. If it weren't for Echo's conveniently specific memory and Cannon's terrible luck pulling her to witness him, Art might have gotten away. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Artuno Campopiano?
This is what the Preservation Project wanted, isn't it? To kill and live on, to prove your strength above other ultimates?
What? You think you're gonna live on? Whoops. You clearly don't have any emotional constitution to carry people's future.
What? No.
You let your fears and anxieties eat at you until you broke.
Stop.
Why, I'm shocked Pandora didn't live.
Please.
She lost to you, a weak, vulnerable, pathetic.
I couldn't bear to hear anymore. That's... A silvery voice rose from somewhere in the room. That voice, it was... the other announcer. What? The voice that welcomed us to this place was here? Zero, stop this at once.
Oh, yeah. I believe I got rid of you, but you still came back? So weird. Aha. So, see what I did there, Eve?
Eve. I'm gonna give Eve a British accent. It's like sometime. Or maybe not. I don't know if I can do one anymore. The students revealed the culprit. Was it not sufficiently entertaining enough for you?
Yeah, they sure did their thing. But geez, did it take a while. Alright, fine. His face was so rich with despair.
Oh, he said the thing! He said the D word!
I couldn't help it. It was fun for you, too, right?
Stop this.
Fine. I'll get on with it. Goodbye, Art, the ultimate golfer. Your execution awaits, and so it goes.
Zero's hologram warped out, and a huge rumbling sound tore through the room. I thought they were the same. No, apparently they're not the same. So, it's like... The Preservation Project and the people doing the killing game are two separate groups. So the Preservation Project is like actually a thing to do what they're talking about, right? But like Zero hacked into their thing and took control to do the killing game. Something was coming. Oh boy. The courtroom floor rumbled beneath us. One of the trial grounds walls slid open, revealing a dark pit beyond the walls. From within, a golf cart came shrieking out, drifting and encircling our stands to stop squarely behind Art. The mechanicized arms swept Art off his feet, pulling him into the cart that had hardly stopped for a second before peeling back into the darkness that it came from. Art became separated from us. All we could do was watch in horror as his fate was projected on a screen in the middle of the trial grounds. Yeah. I can't Art! Art was tossed unceremoniously into what appeared to be a sand bunker in the middle of the giant miniature golf course. In a daze, he rose coughing up sand and meeting the gaze of this bear statue holding a raised driver. The bear twitched. Its metal body groaned warily as the arms stripped to life. A swing tunneled through the air. Art gasped. So, on the game website, they listed, like, content warnings, right? They were like, content warning for violence and language. I'm like, violence and language? That's it? Not, like, gore or, I don't know, whatever you'd expect from a Danganronpa game? And I was like, does that mean, like, it's, like, not as gory, or did they just not list, is that included in violence? So I guess it's just not as gory. Pummeled by golf balls? No, we already did that. Okay.
Huh, that was worth the wait, I think. And it's funny. He hated golf, but little did he know all those business deals he sat in on. Those deals were the ones that brought in funding for the preservation project, the very thing he wanted to escape to.
What the fuck? Really?
He thought he could fly away, but turns out that his influence was unescapable.
Yeah.
Life sure is cruel, isn't it?
It was horrifying. A disgusting display, mocking Art's ultimate title, ended his life. He hated his talent, and in his last moments, it was all he saw. We all stood completely and utterly shocked. No one said a word. No one moved a muscle. An unmistakable sinking feeling froze us over. Despair! Oh, the word! He said it!
In return for entertaining me, how about I answer one question that's been drilling into your minds?
Where are we? This isn't a preservation project at all, is it?
I said one question only. Our beloved courtroom resides in the Monokuma superstructure. The what? Remember those earthquakes? Those aren't going to bother us thanks to civil engineering. The wonders of modern technology never cease, huh? So cool! I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
It most certainly did not, you cad. Zero. That silvery voice spoke once more. You are a reaper of despair. Whatever you do ends in futility and provides no benefit to anyone. No benefit to anyone except you and your horrible... yes. Do not think for a moment you've won. I will continue to fight back, even after what you've done to me. A sliver of light remains. Echo Pine. Huh? You received the title of Ultimate Memory.
Memory!
Okay.
What is that? We have a tactician, photographer, and a silly pulse master. Good memory for their skills is already required, wouldn't you think? I wouldn't even humor you with this one. The talent isn't even compatible with something remotely useful. The talent isn't even comparable to something remotely useful. Ultimate analytical prowesses like that one pathetic girl.
It works.
Come on, you've really given up trying, haven't you? It's no fun having any competition. Fine. You think that will give these people hope? MP6, your queen is in trouble.
Are they playing chess?
I have a little information neither you nor the students will like. Cyrus Surik? I still can't say your last name. Man, all your names are so hard. Is someone to be wary of. He isn't who he says he is. He's not a normal ultimate student like the rest of you. He's much more involved in this game than you think. Ultimate charisma is a terrible cover talent. You're all truly clueless if you believe that.
Zero, stop. You've meddled enough.
What? And you haven't. I've been given this power for a reason, you know? And I'm going to use it as I please.
This isn't the answer.
Whatever. Aquarium is closed. These losers can marinate in despair for a night, but tomorrow we'll get going again.
Zero.
Shut up. I'm tired of your poor, useless attempts at creating hope. You'll never win. You're a failure.
What? With that odd display, 2 holograms cut out. What just happened? I was on the verge of tears. My whole body shook violently. Ugh. There was a weight at the bottom of my heart, dragging my whole body down. I felt like my head was gonna split. Becoming trapped in a strange luxury mansion where I seemingly didn't belong. Stuck with a group of revered students with a so-called ultimate talent. Getting involved up in a class trial where we had to investigate someone killing someone else. Concluding with gruesome execution, as if anything else wasn't enough. Why was this happening? I want to go to bed. For a long time. Before I knew it, my limp body dove to the floor and I keeled over. My heavy eyes closed wearily and I allowed myself to sink into the velvety darkness. Chapter 1 end. GG case 1? Yes. I'm gonna do a quick save and then do a mental debate if I should continue. So, because I did Prologue in Chapter 1, and it took 5 hours and 44 minutes. Yo. Look, man, I thought this was gonna be, like... Well, I didn't think it was gonna be a short game, but I didn't think it was gonna be super long, either. So... This is why, like... Whenever you make a visual novel, please put, like, how many words or how long it takes, because it's very important to know. Yeah, it does seem like a good stopping point, but I don't have any plans to continue playing the game because I didn't schedule anything. So I was like, maybe I'll just start tomorrow morning? Yeah. Maybe I'll just like, I'll start again tomorrow morning and I'll create a stream for tomorrow morning instead. And then try to finish it then. Because I wanna finish this game and then prioritize Genshin because Fontaine, right? So maybe I'll do that. Okay. Yeah, because oh my god, hopefully like maybe chapter 1 and prologue were just really long and then like 2 onward. And I don't know how many there are, but 2 onward it would be like another 5 hours and then it would just like wrap up like that. 2 5-hour streams or like 5-hour-ish streams. Honestly, it's almost 6 hours if you keep rounding up. But yeah. Yep. Okay. Cool. Then I'm gonna end it here and I'll come back tomorrow morning-ish. I wanna say maybe like how about like lunchtime-ish, like 12 PST. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to try to schedule streams properly and make announcement properly before and instead of streaming whenever I want. So yeah. Okay, well, thanks for sticking around and I'ma end it here and see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go create a thumbnail. Okay. Yeah. See ya! I don't have an ending screen. Bye-bye!